In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. What are you doing here? Go back to bed. Jesus Christ. It's Veterans Day. You have a day off. All right, fine. We have a $50 goal today, a whopping $50. Knock that out, then go to bed, I guess, if you're going to be here. Welcome to the program. Let me just, first of all, hey, look, I made Spillies this morning. I don't want to hear the joke that this is tit milk. My tits don't go down that far. Thank you very much. But my throat's feeling a little... I'm sorry. You know how last week I was losing my voice from all the election coverage and all that? I'm a little... Just give me a... Oh. Sorry. Semen. That's my new favorite. That's probably my new favorite. Arnold says that's... Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jesus. Well, look. Look. We're going to dance around something in a little bit. And then I have to hand it off to the people who are supposed to deal with those kinds of things. We won't get into specifics. We won't get into, but I feel like I should address it. And then after I address it, we need to let a different process take place, if that makes sense. I'll say this. What happened this weekend, it was desperate. I'll give you that. It was pretty desperate. But again, when you're dealing with... Did I spill water down the front of my shirt too? God damn it, am I a fucking pig? Jesus Christ. How many minutes? 3.5 minutes in, I'm already dropping F-bombs. I would just say when the reputation of someone saying something is that of a person who has lied about just about everything, assume they're lying about the really dumb one too. Like I said, it's desperate. I'll give you that. But outside of that, why do you think Johnny and I are co-owners in a gorilla cum milking business? And, nobody talks about the health benefits, what it does for the skin, all of these. It's always the negatives. Always the negative. Ooh, a chunk. Hold on. There. We're good. Look, we've got an awesome show today. I'm sorry about, if there's Trump news today, I hope you're not sick of it, but I dare you to go anywhere and see anything that isn't, now that the election's over, I hope the media can finally admit that they got their man. This is deep down. As professionals, forget the country and forget whatever you believe ideologically or anything like that. This is what they wanted. this is good for business. It's like the Ted Koppel thing when Ted Koppel was lecturing, not Jim Acosta, Brian Stelter. And he said, Trump is very, very good for baseball. He's good for business. He brings you the ratings. This is what these people wanted. They're not actually scared that he's going to be a fascist and he's going to rip up the Constitution. First of all, when did any of these people ever care about the Constitution? Ever. Never. They never did. But, you know, he's this fascist who's going to unleash this vengeance and everything else. Remember in 2016 when Trump won and everyone wanted him to go after Hillary Clinton because of her laptop and all that? And he just said, got to move on as a country. We have to heal. And he did fucking nothing about that. And his supporters were upset. They want, you know, lock her up, lock her up. That was their big chant. I don't, you know, a lot of people want to see him do the Hunter Biden laptop thing. I don't think he's going to. I think the gun charges and the tax fraud charges are the only thing you're going to get out of that. People want him to probably go after more Burisma stuff and Biden corruption and all that. I don't think he's going to. I think he's got 4 years. He never has to run again, so he doesn't have to worry about opinion polls. He's got a Republican House and Senate for the next 2 years. I think he's going to try and get everything he ever wanted to get done. And I think he's going to ignore a lot of the vengeance shit. So you're going to get to see that narrative of, oh, he's going to throw all his political opponents in jail, go by the wayside. And then we're going to see, like we've been saying this whole time, the only people trying to lock up their political opponents was Trump's opposition. So if you're someone who's looking for, you know, hellfire and brimstone and, you know, blood of lambs, vengeance is mine, shit like that, I don't think it's coming. I could be wrong. I'm not an authority. But I do think if we're just bullshitting together here, I don't think he's going to take any kind of big vengeance. We also we'll talk a little Vikings. My Vikings, 12-7 over the Jags, 7-2 overall. Fucking Lions can't stop winning no matter what fucking happens. You know, the Lions are starting to remind me of all those Chiefs teams that won Super Bowls. You know, where they could spot teams like 10, 15 points in the second half and they just storm right on and beat them no problem. I'm watching scores all night. SP and I are sitting there. We're watching the Keno Casino Boys. Very, very funny. And the Keno Casino Boys, and very helpful. The Keno Casino Boys are talking. They're doing their show. And we went ahead and I'm checking the Lions score. And the Lions are down like 23-7. And it's the second half, and I'm going, oh, good. We're going to be tied with the Lions. This will be great. I go to check, hour and a half later, fucking Lions pulled it out. What was it, like 27-23? Something like that? Oh, boy. We're not going to catch them this year. I mean, the Lions are a special team. At the very least, they're going to the Super Bowl. Are they going to win the Super Bowl? I don't know. All right, let's address something real quick, and then we'll get it out of the way. Here's the deal. Remember when I first had the legal stuff, and I said I can't talk about X, Y, and Z. And if there's like super chats and stuff that mention X, Y, and Z, I can't read them. I'm sorry. There's stuff going on. Same thing with right now. So if you're going to be mad, if you're going to be upset that I can't read certain things, probably best that you just turn it off now. If you're going to be upset that I'm going to say things that might be antithetical to the way you want things to be, I'm sorry. You should probably turn it off now. If you don't want to hear anything positive about me or anything negative about someone you might like, you might want to turn it off now. Otherwise, whatever seething you have to do, it's going to be, like it always is, futile. I'm sorry. Let's get to the ones we can. Let's check it out. Thank you very much to now Johnny's not going to be on today. All right, people want to know where's Johnny. Johnny was just having some health stuff this weekend and he wasn't getting a lot of sleep, and he said I'd like an extra hour of sleep. And I said, for Johnny to just ask for an extra hour or to like be an hour late is really big for him. And so I know what that kind of means. And for Johnny, that means he's fucking wiped and he needs rest. So I said, whenever he asks, like, can I have an hour? I ask him, would you like to take the day? And John, when I presented him with that opportunity, Johnny said, yeah, I think I'd like to take the day. So Johnny's going to take the day. Johnny will be back tomorrow. It's Veterans Day anyway. I think we're going to have less people here. I think we're going to have fewer people watching today anyway, just because of the holiday. And why not just give him the day off? If he wants to do Thursday, he can do Thursday. Otherwise, if he just wants to do Tuesday and Wednesday, he can do that too. Let's go to Mussolini Diff with $5. Says Kamala's election campaign is $20 million in debt. Trump was nice enough to say he would use the leftover funding to help Kamala with that debt. He did say that. He said in the spirit of moving on that he would pay off all of Kamala's debts and then give the rest to, was it the RNC? I think the RNC gets the rest of your campaign funds. So it's kind of breaking that narrative of, Trump's this evil guy who's going to get vengeance of his political opponents, and he's going to throw him in jail and all that other shit. It's kind of breaking that narrative right off the bat. And I think he knows that. And I think that's part of what he's doing. So, yeah, he's offering to pay Kamala's election debt. Yikes. Bigot on socialist media with $13. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you to Ozone, Sir Yosef, and Shit Show as well for chipping in to the program. $30 is the number for today. It's, again, you guys, election night was so fucking crazy. You guys are so far ahead. I really appreciate it. Again, $30 for overtime. Now, if you are not a fan of mine and you don't like when things happen with me that may be antithetical to what you want to hear, that you might want to tap out for this next part because it might make your head fucking explode. Let's do this. I have to look, we got to be very careful here. Laws were broken, more than likely. A lot of laws were probably broken. And they've all been they haven't all been cataloged because we're not really sure exactly how many laws have been broken yet, and we won't, but for a while. But laws were probably broken. There is internet world. There is real world. I certainly didn't seek this out and manifest this and make it happen. This was, as they say in tennis, an unforced error. But most of what happened drama-wise this weekend, I can't talk about. I'm sorry. If that's why you're here, you're probably not a Steel Toe fan. But, if you want to hit like and subscribe anyway, we're going to have a great show today. There's going to have to be multiple. The ball is already rolling on this due to the holiday. A lot of the in-person stuff that needs to be done can't be done until tomorrow, but everything that's been able to be done over phone and email has been done. And I've received further instructions. And on advice of authorities and counsel, I will not be talking about specifics. I will not be talking about individuals. I will not be talking about specific action. what I've been told is that this is remarkably serious. And that if I, want to see a smooth process, and I do, that mum's the word. So my hands are tied. I'm sorry. But I have been instructed by very knowledgeable people that now is not the time to be braggadocious. Now is not the time to be brazen, flippant, cavalier. Now is not the time for any of that. So if that upsets you, again, I would ask that you probably get help for whatever that is. If you're disappointed, if you're a fan and you're disappointed that I can't say anything about any of this stuff, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to upset you. I'm not trying to hold out on you. I know that you probably love this show because it's very open and honest and we discuss things here. But we discuss things about my life. We discuss things, we'll discuss some internet things from time to time. What happened what I've learned is that what happened this weekend goes a really long way beyond that. So please respect that. If you can't respect that, I believe there's too much on the line. I did jailbreak everyone recently, but due to these developments, if you can't respect that, I will have to cut you loose. Just because seeing this through is more important to me than you getting to talk a bunch of shit. If that shakes you up, if that fucks with you, if that upsets you, nothing I can do for you. You gotta figure that out on your own. There's that was probably a good spot to wrap it on. But I will say this. There are multiple people involved, and there's a whole lot of hellfire that will more than likely rain down. And we're not done yet. Put it that way. The one thing I can address is the Ethan Ralph contempt of court thing. I think on Friday, which seems like decades ago now. But Ethan Ralph, first of all, he was making fun of Sean for being fat, and then his chair broke, and he fell down like comedically, like a Dick Van Dyke sketch. Legs straight up in the air. His fat ass broke his chair, and he fell down while talking about how fat Sean is. I thought that was hilarious. But the contempt of court thing from Stearns County, that was, he's like, and there's some stuff with him that I can't discuss either. I can discuss this part. I can't discuss some other stuff. But he was like, Aaron ratted me out, and Aaron was in court when they were bringing up that, there were going to be contempt charges. I was sitting there in the courtroom, and it kind of shocked me a little bit. The judge was fucking pissed, as she should be. She should be remarkably pissed. The law was broken. So I don't know if you know this. Judges take that whole law thing pretty seriously. The law thing is pretty serious with them. So, this idea that I had anything to do with it, to quote the Joker, I was right here. I was in there, as you know, dealing with my own stuff. The saddest part about all this, and I know this now based on things I've learned, all of this stuff that's going to happen, all of this stuff that's coming, it was all because I wouldn't bend to what some people wanted me to do. That's it. And I told my story, and it bothered them, and they couldn't get over it. Pride cometh before the fall and all that. I was being baited into trying to say a certain thing. I didn't say that certain thing. Patience was lost, and some really seemingly really illegal shit happened. Again, it seems like the quote unquote another win for the toe, equals Aaron just sitting there. I mean, really, just sit still. The world around you sets itself on fire, and you just go, where'd all these ashes come from? It's like, I didn't set it. So, again, not going to be able to talk about it. That is my statement on the issue. Thank you guys very much for your support, and we have a really awesome show for you today. And I know I've already set Chad Buzamok, but I can't talk about anything related to it. I'm sorry, buddy. I can't help it. There's nothing I can do. I'm following instructions. And again, if you're going to get mad about it over and over and over again, I will have to cut you loose because this goes beyond internet. This is very, very serious to me, and I'm willing to see it through. And I'm not going to let like faceless strangers on the internet, go, oh, you have to read this. I don't. I would say if you want to know more, watch Keno Casino from yesterday. The boys did a great job. All right, guys, as Diglett says, who fucking cares? This is dumb. Do a show. $30 away. Stolen Hellcat says, it's like an aura of gold around you. It's the craziest fucking thing. You know what it is? Because certainly this year I've had my fuck-ups. The first half of this year, I certainly had a rough one. It was really bad. I made a lot of mistakes. I fucked up. But this is really like being in a division where nobody finishes over 500 and your 8-9 record is good enough to win it. It's like, because I am in no way like a sterling example of how humanity should behave. Like in no way, shape, or form. Really stupid shit. The first half of this year. But at the same time, my 8-9 record is enough to win the division because everyone else can't win a game to save their life. It's that another win for the toe to me does not represent, wow, Aaron's fucking killing it. Another win for the toe to me represents everyone else being so goddamn fucking stupid that I look good by comparison. An 8-9 record is terrible. An 8-9 record compared to a bunch of 3-14s makes you go, it could be worse. All right, let's get off into some things. Get off into some things. Wow. $30 away from today. If you guys do the double, if you knock out the morning and the evening today, I'll do an hour of overtime. Someone writing in, as a mod, can I drop the hammer? Let me write back to this person. Yes. I mean, look, I always jailbreak. I always give people another chance. And if you fuck it up, you fuck it up. What do you do? I'm just reading some very funny texts. Thank you very much. So yes, $30 away from today. We can wrap that up, and then we can work on tonight. Sounds good. All right, let's look. We're gonna have plenty of Trump stuff. We're gonna have plenty of election stuff. There's gonna be a lot of news type stuff to talk about today. So I don't want to start with that. I don't want to start with Trump. Look, a lot of it's entertaining. I'm excited to see what happens too. But God damn, man, after Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I took a break. I took some time off from news this weekend, mostly to watch football and hang out with SP and some friends and stuff like that. But and the kids, obviously. I took a break from Trump and all things politics and all that. It's always nice. It's always nice to just kind of, I know the weekend is where a lot of people, catch up with the news. I always say, my relationship with the news is this: Monday through Friday, holy fuck, we talk about it all. 2 different shows, 3 days a week. And then on Sunday, or on Friday after the show's over, I just kind of look at the news and I go, you and I will see each other Sunday night. when it's time to prep a show. I will be, and it's nice because then I'll be good and surprised by whatever I see. You know, unless some porn guy's squirrel gets killed. If some porn guy's squirrel gets killed, then, you know, you got to drop everything. And by the way, the Peanut the squirrel thing is very sad, but can we admit that that guy and his wife are fucking creeps? Like, I don't have to think everyone in the story is a hero, you know? I think it's sad what happened to the squirrel. It's sad what happened to the raccoon. And that guy and his wife are fucking insane. Write that down. That's my official take. I feel bad for, was it Jeff the raccoon? Fred. Fred, by the way, is getting fucking shortchanged by history. Fred's an adorable little raccoon. He's cute. Nobody gives a shit about Fred. In the murdered pet sympathy world, Fred is Art Garfunkel. You know, Peanut is Paul Simon, just going on big things. Everyone's talking about Paul Simon. Here's poor little ginger, curly-haired fuck Art Garfunkel. Nobody gives a shit. Fred the raccoon is the Andrew Ridgeley of murdered pets. He was the other guy in Wham. You learn things from watching, what is it called? Eurovision? The Will Ferrell movie. Fuck, that movie was bad. That was a really bad movie. But nonetheless, Fred, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to bring this back to the news. Fred the raccoon, Peanut the squirrel, then you have to stop and follow the news. But his owners are fucking weirdos. Terry Kilroy says the Peanut squirrel was a hoax. The Peanuts, no. Stop it. Because then I have to believe nothing is good. 09 Canyon says they use the porn money to take care of the animals. That's a good use of dirty money. You know what? I'm willing to bend a little on that one. I'm willing to bend a little. That's a good point. 09 Canyon raises a good point. Chips and Diff says, is he Hall or Oates in your scenario? Who, Fred the raccoon? Fred the raccoon is 1,000% Oates. Hey, Peanut is Daryl Hall all over, dude. Fred is Oates as fuck. Bigot on Socialist Media says, to be honest, I forgot about Peanut until now. Well, he's kind of living on in the gun meme. If you haven't, the time travel gun meme, you know, the girls, I'm your granddaughter or whatever. And then guys are handing a gun to Peanut and Fred and saying, hide, they're coming for Peanut. So they're kind of still living on in the meme of things. Suicide Jockey, that's not fair. He says only coon Aaron ever cared about. That, you know, I am a very keen, kind lover of sports. I am a big sports fan. But at the same time, you know, I've cared about many players and their safety. I would never refer to them as that word. That would be terrible. That would be remarkably bigoted. I'm suicide S-word jockey. I just think that was a real cheap shot. That's all. Mr. Beat said the CIA was involved in the assassination of Peanut and Fred. God, they could have had a cartoon like Peanut and Fred. Just sounds like that has Netflix contract written all over it. Mr. Beat says, but didn't they have a daycare in the house? That's a good point. That is a great point. Didn't they have a daycare in the house? Every time someone brings up like the good stuff, like someone's like, Aaron, didn't they use that money they made to help animals and shit? And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. And then the other side pulls on me and they're like, hey, Aaron, weren't they also running a daycare in their fucking sex hut? And it's like, yeah, that's shitty too. Yeah, Day One Salt says daycare in front, only fans in the back. It's a party over at that house. And you got horses all over the place. You got donkeys. Who knows what the fuck is going on over there? Is bestiality? It's not. Hey, fucko. Interspecies erotica. Watch Clerks 2 over the weekend. Love it. 199 from Kiff. Kiff, while I can't read that, thank you very much. I appreciate the 199. I appreciate you, Kiff. Thank you very much. But again, it's going to be a lot of stuff coming up here because of things that are currently in the works that I can't talk about or I guess can talk about, choose not to because I'd like to see it go well. Sorry. What happens when your daughter wants a raccoon when she gets older? You know, my daughter and I can discuss any pet that she wants to have, but right now we have Gordy. We have Gordy. We don't need to discuss any more pets in this house. I know what the fuck you were trying to do there, and I'm not biting. How's that? How's that? It is a multi-purpose space, Aaron. It says so on the lease. Well, thank God it's on the lease. Thank God it's on the lease, man. All right, off we go. Our first story today. Enough about Peanut. Enough about Trump. We will have to talk about one of them quite a bit this morning, and it's not Peanut. It's not Peanut. We're going to start today, actually, with a little local news story. Not from here in Minnesota, but just like a silly social commentary piece, I guess you could say. And we're going to test how long you've been listening to Steel Toe. Now, this next story we have is a high school football coach resigning amid a hazing investigation. Now, chat, what have we learned about high school football and hazing scandals? What does it mean? What does it mean when you have the coach and you have the football team and they said there was a hazing problem? What do we know? I'll give him a second. Yep, there you go. Gray Duckling says broomstick. Usually it's broomstick. Dead Game says dildos in assessing. Bigot on Socialist Media says sodomy. Ranky says guilty. Elzabelza says Jews. No, it doesn't mean Jews. What the fuck, man? It does not mean Jews. Have I gone too far? Have I crossed the Rubicon with a lot of you? Can I not put the Jew genie back in the Jew bottle? Is it over? Is it too late? Have I gone too far and now I've conditioned you to think everything is Jews? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. No, it's like Von Kaiser and Nana's Clam says. It's butt stuff. Butt stuff is what, when the coach of the football team in your high school resigns and there's a hazing scandal, that means somebody got something forcefully shoved up their asshole. Always. Chevrolet JB says it means the high school needs ribbed brooms. Oh, follow the bouncing dreidel. So, S-word jockey says it means pickle fucker. That's true. It could be a Lance Dowd situation. Poe says broomstick and dildo. I'm confused. I can't read that last part. I can't read anything that might involve someone who's involved in something else. I'm sorry. Thank you to Pizza Roll for gifting 5 Steel Toe memberships. That's very kind of you. $20 away from today's goal. What a great start. And again, if you guys knock out today and this evening, we're going to go ahead and give you both overtimes. Thank you very much. Just $20 left. God. No. Poe says, fine. What does May have to do with it? See, there you go. There are ways around this world. Thank you, Poe. I wanted this to be just a wholesome football team hazing, probably shoving things up each other's asshole story. And now you guys are turning it remarkably anti-Semitic. Goddamn. And you know what? The worst part is I want to get mad at you. I really do. But I know somehow this is my fault. This is my fault. And no, Gray Duckling, there are no dots to connect. God damn it. All right, let's go ahead. Hazing, coach resigns. Let's see if we get, there's always, when we watch these stories, remember, we've been doing this for years on this show. I like to watch the news stories and see how close we get to the news actually admitting what happened, because we've done stories that range from they just outright come out and say it, to they drop a lot of hints and you're like, yep, that some butt shit happened. That's what went down. So let's go ahead and watch this story about this football coach resigning. And by the way, the football coach resigning is kind of weird, because now whatever it is comes out, people are going to be like, oh my God, was the coach like taking part in it? Was he doing it? It's always, the coach always steps down because it's like, well, you've clearly lost control of the team. Like, if I were in charge of a group of people, I would like to think that if they were trying to sodomize each other with cumbersome objects, I would know what was going on. I would stop it. You know, if you're the coach, you can't, when they come to you and go, hey, it turns out a lot of your players were sodomizing other players with broomsticks in the locker room. You can't be like, oh, I was out of the room at the time, I didn't see anything. Like, saying that you didn't see it or you weren't keeping an eye on your high school players is not a winning excuse. That's not going to help you. You're the coach. You're in charge. If shit goes bad, it's on you. So here we go. Let's see how close the media gets to admitting that some fucked up shit was going on in this locker room.
This team really has a desire to improve and get better, and a great team camaraderie this year.
Oh no. Oh no. That definitely does not age well. This team has a lot of skill. Yeah, I'm sure they do. They have a lot of camaraderie. A lot of camaraderie. Oh, reminds me, I'm thirsty. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking with the people who think that's true. It's a special level of steel toe derangement syndrome.
Andrew Martinez resigning as head coach at Santa Fe High. It follows hazing allegations on his team. Martinez confirming with KOAT on Wednesday, telling us, quote, I do feel it is the best thing to do at this time.
Right. You don't want to be the coach. Like, could you imagine if you don't resign? Every day there's going to be news people outside your office going, what about the butt stuff, coach? What about all the butt stuff they're talking about? Like, maybe if the coach resigns, you can make a deal with everyone that, hey, can we just like never fucking talk about this again? Can we just sweep the, like, if I never have to address this again, can I, like, would you accept my resignation? Like, God, yes.
The now former head coach making the announcement on the football team's X page, formerly known as Twitter, just moments before.
Can somebody get this bitch a fucking Kleenex? She's well, coach announcing his resignation just a moment before. I can't even copy her voice. It's so bad.
Looking at a 14-year-old that experienced something this traumatic.
Student athletes under
go back. What?
14-year-old that experienced.
On his Twitter just moments before.
You're looking at a 14-year-old that experienced something this traumatic.
Yep, there it is. They always, in these stories, there's always, if you read between the lines, there's always some reference to the butt stuff that happened. And in this one, that was it right there. We have a 14. So basically, they held a freshman down and they shoved like broomsticks and stuff up his butt, which says a whole lot about his teammates that I don't even want to think about.
Student athletes under investigation after Santa Fe police received a report into the allegations in October.
The reason being is the allegations were.
Ew. Oh. You guys can read it. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read that out loud. Oh. That, you know how I said that in these stories, there's always like, they hint or they allude to like the sodomy stuff that the team did to each other? Yeah, this one decided not to allude. This, you know how he said that some of the news stories go really hard in the fucking paint on this stuff? Hard meat paints.
Where a student was held down and another student put their genitals in their mouth.
We asked the guy.
Ah! That's so like best case scenario, you got teabagged, which is not something anyone ever wants to hear. Hey, what happened? Well, best case scenario, he was teabagged. It's like that's the best case scenario. Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the closest to scot-free, that you can possibly get in a situation like this. Somebody dipped their balls in his mouth. Okay, what's the worst case scenario? Let's just say he won't be going down into a 3-point stance anytime soon. He'll have to be an edge rusher.
Governor of anti-hazing legislation will be addressed at next year's session.
I think folks should expect us to have a very robust public safety agenda, and we will be looking at that again. I'm concerned.
Imagine, like, how small is your state that the governor has to comment on the teabagging allegations on a football team? I guarantee, what's her name in New York? I keep wanting to call her Jen Psaki. I can't remember the governor of New York. Kathy Hochul. Imagine Kathy Hochul. And they're at a press conference, and you got crime, you got illegal immigration, you have all these issues in New York City, and they're like, what do you think about that local 2A high school that where the kids were shoving their balls in each other's mouths? She's like, I just feel like the state of New York has bigger problems to deal with, but thanks.
Concerned about what's going on in schools. I'm concerned about our universities. And I think that we've got a body of law that addresses that. But if we need that to be stiffer and more straightforward.
Stop saying body of law and stiffer. This is not the time. We are going to take this legislation and we are going to frame it as smooth and seamless as, say, an orb, a round object. And we are going to dip that orb right into the teeth of the law and make sure that,
then I am.
And if they won't pass this legislation, we will ramrod it through. That's not the way we're going to pitch this.
Very open to having that be part of our package.
Now, stop it. She knows what she's doing. She's doing this on purpose. There's no doubt that she's using these phrases on purpose. She's fucking with us, is what's happening. Thank you to Pizza Roll for the $19.99. He says, go eat your queso and skull. Thank you. Thank you to Cool Boy with $2. He says, what happened? Right? I think we found out. Again, I'm going to say this is one of the most fucking brazen descriptions of what happened in a hazing case that I've ever. Usually the news is just tiptoeing around it. In this one, it's just like the news goes like, hey, now we're going to throw to our on-site reporter, Gwen. Gwen, what do you have? They stuffed the balls in his mouth. It's like they didn't even get done introducing her, and she just had to go, ugh. She spit that story out faster than the football team was spitting the balls out of their mouth. Jesus. And, like, how gay? I don't care. I don't know where this idea came from these football bros that, like, is if you shove your balls in someone's mouth in a domineering fashion, that it's somehow less gay. It's not. It's not. It's still really super gay. Your balls went into a dude's mouth. It's fucking gay. Oh, Eaton Clam. Eaton Clam says R.I.P. Aaron Hernandez. Would you? Yeah. People are saying, people are talking about how the governor addressed it. Yeah. Mr. Beat says package. Right. Would you says we're going to put in face. We're going to put in face, swiffer, stiffer laws. Dead Game says that's how you really torture. Snapping turtle close to proximity to open genitals. Bigot on Socialist Media writes, how is it hazing though? I'm going to go ahead and guess that the freshman who was held down and teabagged was not asking for that at the time. I'm guessing that the freshman that was teabagged was not taken out to dinner first. They didn't watch a nice movie. They didn't go mini golfing or anything like that. I think that's why they might be considering it hazing. Oh, boy. 2:05 away from tonight. Thank you, guys. We are considering today knocked out. You guys did it. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contributions. Now you have a chance, if you'd like to to knock out this evening's goal. We're 2:05 away. If you do, we will give you their overtime as well. Bigot on socialist media says hazing is not another word for assault. That's true. It does, at some point, it goes beyond hazing, right? Like, we're in R-word territory with something like that. S. Jockey says, okay, what was he wearing when this happened? I mean, probably shoulder pads. Bappa Shab says, glazing is greater than hazing. Yeah, maybe they just spelt it wrong. A glaring omission in the news copy. So, I don't know if dropping your balls in someone's mouth is really equivalent to hazing. But I guess we can go consult the dictionary for that. $10 from Andrew. He says, just for you. Thank you very much, Andrew. That's very kind of you. That's the first one we've seen on PayPal today. Appreciate that. 195 away from tonight. Thank you guys very much. Lander says, this sounds like normal sportsmanship. I'm sure there are like really old players that like where they did this stuff and like they're trying to act like something gay didn't happen to them. And they're like, what? That's just, back in my day, that's just how you earned your spot on the roster. It's totally fine. Like imagine being like a 65-year-old trying to defend this in front of a bunch of like 17-year-olds. And you're like, well, guys, I know some of you took a shot in the mouth to be on this team, but God damn it, back in our day when we wore leather helmets, that was a goddamn badge of honor. That showed that you'd put in the work and you'd made it. When you're pulling fucking pubes out of your incisors for a week during chemistry class, that just means that you're the fullback now and nobody can take that away from you. MSO says another teabag for the toe. It's Dead Game says it's hovering, not hazing. Oh boy. Why are all these pod pervs in the closet and on Adderall? Well, I mean, it's high school and college, isn't that like prime Adderall time? And also, yes, they are in the closet. If you're shoving your balls in somebody's mouth, I don't care how domineering you think it is. Again, it's fucking gay, bro. Just about 900 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Thank you guys very, very much. Again, 195 away from today. We appreciate your generosity. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We appreciate the way you support this program. All right, here we go. I gotta stretch for this one. Hobo just criticized my posture. Said that I've posture just because I have bigger hangers than a Puerto Rican prostitute. Doesn't mean I have to have shitty posture. I'm sorry. I'll square. How's that? Is that there? Is that better? I'll work on it, Hobo. Thank you very much. Let's get into the Trump stuff. He's talking about day one. He's starting to, things are starting to take shape, at least the broad outlines of it. The thing I'm most excited about is definitely RFK Jr. I'm excited to see where he puts him. I'm excited to see how it turns out. And I'm excited to see just how fucking crazy this guy goes in the 4 years without having to run for re-election. Because you could argue that there was some stuff he wanted to release, there was some stuff he wanted to do, but he also wanted to win re-election. He talked about that on Joe Rogan. Now he's not going to have to run for re-election. And I don't think Donald Trump really cares if he hurts the next guy who runs. He wants to get done what he wants to get done. So I always thought that a second Trump term when he didn't have to run for election again, I kind of thought that would be a lot of fun. And now we're going to get to see it. And he's already kind of outlining what he's planning to do. He's promising largest mass deportation of illegal immigrants on day one. Now, he's not wasting any time. And it seems like there's going to be a confrontation on this because there's already a bunch of states that are saying we're going to fight it. We're going to protect it is so weird to watch these Democrats in like Washington State and New York. It's so strange to watch them, be put to a decision. Either you can choose obeying the law, enforcing the law and all that, or you can choose protecting people who are breaking the law and here illegally. And they're coming out, they're not even hiding it. They're not even trying, like they're using subterfuge or anything like that. They're just going, no, we're going to protect the illegals and make sure that you don't deport the people who are committing felonies here in America and breaking into this country illegally and living here without documentation or anything like that. It's just weird, like how brazen you're allowed to be. Like these are the same people who criticize Donald Trump because they don't believe he respects the rule of law and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. And here these governors are thumbing their nose in the face of federal law, just going, yeah, we don't give a fuck. We're literally going to harbor criminals in our state and then protect them. It would be like coming out publicly and being like, there's a murderer in my house. I'm hiding them. They're on the lam, and I'm hiding them throughout my home. It's like you wouldn't just admit that openly. But when it comes to illegal immigrants, it's such a political hot potato that I guess you can just come right out and say, yeah, fuck you. We're not helping you catch these criminals. You'd be like, oh, because you don't know where they are. No, we know exactly where they are. We're not going to tell you. It's really strange. But Trump is, it doesn't matter. Trump's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, which is too bad. I was kind of wishing he'd bring McEnany back. But I think McEnany's making that, I think she's making that sweet cable news money. Trump press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said the American people delivered a resounding victory for President Trump and gave him a mandate. Mandate? Ooh. I hope it's to the hardware store. Given him a mandate to govern as he campaigned, to deliver on the promises that he made, which include on day one, launching the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants that Kamala Harris has allowed into this country. Now, we could end up seeing on day one of the Trump presidency, like the news agencies, the news reporters going, it was the largest single day deportation of undocumented immigrants this country has ever seen. And then you're going to see a couple of things. You're going to see all the Trump people celebrate and be like, this is what he promised. This is awesome. And then you're going to see the news media and others go, this is the dark fascist administration we knew we'd be getting. Donald Trump enforcing a new era of immigration laws, fascist immigration laws. And it seems like the sun is setting on the Statue of Liberty and shit like that. You thought that we were in two worlds before. Now that he's going to be president again, you could turn on a different channel or watch a different YouTube video and swear to God you stepped through a wormhole into another dimension. In between watching the two videos or in between watching the two news stations, you would think that you jumped stream and went into a different parallel universe. Now, Trump has been campaigning on mass deportations for years. It shouldn't be surprising that he's still vowing to carry them out once he gets into the White House. Yeah, a lot of people are, they talk about that first 100 days. They're like, I wonder what Trump's going to do in his first 100 days. First 100 days as president. What's he going to do? I was talking to my friend yesterday or Saturday, and we were talking about this. We're having cigars, like a couple of Trump voters. And we were sitting there and we were like, I fuck the first 100 days. I'm excited to see what he does the first week. Like, I have a feeling all of this is going to come at us really, really fast. Like, I think in the first week, you're going to see a lot of crazy immigration shit get done. I think you're going to see some kind of tax cut proposal in the first month. And I think something very serious will happen with Israel and Ukraine, probably in that first week or first month. But, like, definitely the immigration thing. Because I think the immigration thing is going to be the easiest one for him to get anything done on. Because so many people were kind of sick of it. So I think the immigration thing will be first. And I don't really see that being a 100 days thing. I see that being like a 100 hours thing. Cockdiff says Modelo sales will plummet. I tried Modelo this year. It's fucking garbage. I don't understand how it's so popular. He's saying that with, Latinos leaving, Modelo sales will plummet. Is it just, I'm not trying to be, Dr. Mengele here, but do we need to analyze like difference in taste buds culturally? And if there's something that makes you genetically more predisposed to liking shitty, skunky beer? Because if so, it would explain a lot of Busch Light and Modelo drinkers. Dead Game says 350,000 kids he vowed to relocate. I also saw that he's going to go after human traffickers big time. Like that's going to be a big part of his administration. It'll be interesting to see who fights him on that, because I think it's a pretty poorly kept secret that in Washington, D.C., there's a lot of people who, how do we put this? The child trafficking thing is not their main concern in terms of things to enforce. And it'll be really, I'm very interested to see what Trump does. I'm very interested to see how the pushback to a lot of it is framed, because it's going to be very, very interesting. Hulkamasha Baby, I cannot call it Operation That. Not until Friday, certainly. Alex Jones is convinced they're going to put Kamala in charge prior to Trump being sworn in, and they'll refuse to certify the election. We do have a story about that. We do have a story about people theorizing that Joe Biden's going to step down and that Kamala Harris will get to be the first female president. I don't think he's going to. I don't think that Biden likes Kamala Harris very much. I think Biden still sees the Kamala people as the people who pushed him out and who forced him out and staged a coup. When he didn't want to leave, he wanted to keep running for president. And if you were making the kind of money the Biden family was making off of his presidency, you wouldn't want him to stop either. So I would say that with the whole percentage, the chance of, Biden stepping down and Kamala getting to be the first female president, slim to none. Slim to none. And also, I think most people would see it as like a really cheap way to get the first female president. It's kind of gross. Nana's Clams telling someone their parents displaced them. I don't think Dead Game was saying that he feels like, what do you call it? Like that these kids are going to have their parents taken away from them, and he feels bad and terrible that all these kids are going to. I don't think that's what he was saying. I thought he was talking about Trump fighting the child trafficking thing. Ryan the Garbage Man says, sitting in the deer stand and listening to your show. Oh, that's the other thing. What is it? This week and next weekend, and I think that's it, is deer hunting here in Minnesota, firearms deer hunting season. So we're going to, I think we're going to lose some of you to deer hunting. Dead Game says the missing children. Yes. Yeah, that's going to be one of Trump's biggest things in his first term was him busting child sex traffickers and rescuing the children. Now, if you listen to my uncle and you listen to realrawnews.com, those children are being trafficked for the elites, for their adrenochrome, and the elites are drinking their adrenochrome to keep themselves younger, and the children are being trafficked because it creates more stress, it releases more cortisol, which apparently produces more adrenochrome, and that there are dun babies that are raised by the elites specifically for trafficking so they can produce more adrenochrome so that black hat elites can drink their blood and stay young forever. My uncle also informed me that Michael Jackson faked his death and is now in the mountain in Colorado, the forwarding base of operations, and he's helping to rescue the dun babies, and the dun babies will then be free, and we won't have to worry about the adrenochrome-sucking liberal vampires that are out there. A lot of people call the stuff my uncle says like crazy conspiracy talk, but it really does make this world a whole lot more interesting if that's the way it actually is. Again, we report, You decide. We report. You decide. McBuster says, done babies everywhere. Nana's Clam says, your poor uncle is obviously retarded. Why do you keep mocking him this way? He's not. He's got some really interesting ideas about, what's going on with the done babies and the med beds, the beds where you lay in them and it diagnoses you and it cures all of your ailments, and then we're all going to get to live to 200 years old. So if that's retarded, then I don't know what to tell you. No, McBuster, there aren't done babies with Sibian machines and med beds. I think you're starting to add some things in there. I think you're adding things in there that don't belong. Real raw goo. Oh, why? S Jockey says they'll try to take Trump out before January. The ones who have spent the last 4 years trying to imprison and ruin him are awfully calm since he won. Yeah, now that they've taken a literal shot at him, and there was another guy who was just minutes away from being able to take a shot at Trump, I can't really say no to any idea someone might have that they're going to try and do something to Donald Trump before he gets into office. It's no longer like a crazy theory anymore to think that they might try to pull some shit. David Rockefeller died to doubt med beds, says Dead Game. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't tell you if the med beds are real. Only my uncle can. You talk to him. Maybe he'll convince you. McBuster says it all blends together. I'm so confused. Done babies, med beds, thermal image scanners under my bed. Wait, what? Oh, boy. We are, oh, my God, 900 of you checking out the show. Thank you very much. 195 away from tonight. Oops. Oh, my God. Whoopsie daisy. I'm sorry. That says 195 for OT. 195 for tonight's show. There we go. I'm sorry. I don't want to fleece you guys for more than we need. That would be a haza. We don't want to be a haza over here on Steel Toe. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. We do appreciate it. 195 is the number for tonight. All right. This one isn't directly Trump administration stuff, but this next one is definitely someone texting in, under J.D. Vance, we'd have our first gay president. All right, you see, because J.D. Vance looks like he wears eyeliner, and he's theorizing that he's a homosexual. I don't know. He's got a very pretty wife. J.D. Vance's wife is very attractive. So I'm going to press X to doubt on J.D. Vance being a homosexual. You know how when the North Carolina hurricane happened, we started hearing people talk about weather control devices, and wasn't there like a prominent media figure? Like there was someone who was pretty high up in the media who was like, oh yeah, there's a chance maybe the government engineered this storm. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? I didn't know you could just come out and say that shit. Well, anyway, there were a lot of theories after the North Carolina hurricane, Hurricane Helena. And one of them was the Democrats are purposely dragging ass on the recovery because they don't want these Republican voters in these small towns being able to get to the polls in a couple of weeks and vote for Donald Trump. Like there was this theory that, the administration and the Democrats are going to sandbag, no pun intended, this recovery operation because then it'll lower voter turnout for Donald Trump. And there were a lot of us who looked at that and said, guys, that's a little far-fetched. We don't really have a lot of evidence. Well, ask and you shall receive. We do have some evidence. Internal messages obtained by the Daily Wire show a FEMA official ordered relief workers in Florida not to help houses with Trump signs. This is what it said. Implement best practices. Not one goes anywhere alone. Avoid homes advertising Trump. Why? Why would you avoid homes advertising Donald Trump if you're just there to help people and rescue people. I mean, if you're there to get people out and get them, a towel, make them nice and dry, escape all the hurricane waters, why are we caring what political signs they have in there? See, this is the problem with not believing what the official story is right away and just waiting for more info to come out, is that you don't want to be labeled a conspiracy theorist. You don't want to be called crazy or anything like that. But then they keep telling you what they're doing, and you go, well, that's fucking insane. And then they sit there and they go, well, aren't you just a little conspiracy theorist? You're like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. All I said was, you guys might be using this hurricane as a political opportunity to lower voter turnout and try to steal it for your candidate. Oh, that's terrible. That's a conspiracy theory. You have no proof. Here, read this FEMA text. It says that we should avoid homes advertising Trump signs. Yep, right. That's what I'm saying. You guys are trying to not help Trump voters. No, that's not what it is. You're crazy. You're just a conspiracy theorist. How would you? It's almost like they tell us what they're doing and they show us what they're doing. And then we point out what they're doing and they go, why would you say we're doing that? That's fucking crazy that you would say that. I mean, we're just literally sitting here trying to build a better world and just yelling at the top of your lungs about voter suppression and things like that. Hey, guys, don't go to that Trump house. They're going to vote for him. We're trying to limit his votes. What? But you just said what I said you were doing. I did no such thing. I don't. Why don't you go watch Alex Jones, you crazy person? Like back in 2005, 2010, go watch Alex Jones was like the slam to people who sounded like crazy conspiracy theorists. But now after so much shit was proven right, saying like, why don't you go watch Alex Jones can now be met with, actually, you know what? I think I will. I think I could get a little education. By the way, did Alex say that Tuesday is his last day in that studio? That the auction's coming up this week? That fucking stinks. I hope that some Republican person buys InfoWars and Alex can keep going. I would really hate it if it just all went away, and I feel like Elon could help out. Maybe Elon could buy it. Maybe Glenn Beck could buy it. I don't know what value those guys would have in it other than just buying it to let Alex run it again. But I don't want to see InfoWars go away. I don't want to see Alex Jones go away. And I know he won't. He's already got some other stuff set up. But I just think in general it's really shitty what happened to Alex. I mean, did he fuck up with some of the stuff he said about the Sandy Hook parents and the Sandy Hook victims? Yes, he fucked up. Did he fuck up to the tune of $1 billion? No, not at all. That was, we got Alex saying some shit. Let's burn him. This might be the only chance we ever get him. Let's bury this guy. And that's what they tried to do. They tried to basically, they tried to financially assassinate Alex Jones would be the best way I could put it. Here's the tweet. Whistleblowers say that relief workers were told it was best practice to pass over signs, houses advertising Trump. The workers would enter into the system that they made no contact with the residents, blaming the directive Trump sign, no contact per leadership. Yeah, there it is. Did you make contact? No. What was the outcome? Not able to access property. Notes. Trump sign, no contact per leadership. Wow. So you can't even help people recover from a hurricane because they have a Trump sign in their yard. But again, the funniest part about all this is Donald Trump is the bad guy. Donald Trump's evil. Donald Trump's this terrible dude. Donald Trump needs to be stopped. Trump. And again, it's just like with he's going to prosecute his enemies. They've been prosecuting him ever since he left office. They've been bringing him up on charges. Or like Donald Trump's going to try and screw the election up and he's going to try and limit turnout and shit like that. It's like, you did that in North Carolina. And I'm not going full tinfoil hat and saying the government caused Hurricane Helene and they created it and whatever. But I think once it hit a swing state that was like within 2 or 3 points, I think they did their best to maybe trim some votes off the edges, as it were. But it's crazy because in doing that, they might have alienated voters by not exactly having the greatest recovery from that whole thing. A FEMA supervisor told workers in a message to avoid homes advertising Trump as they canvassed the Lake Placid, Florida. Okay, so this is a different, I'm sorry, I skipped around. So this is one in Florida where they gave the same directive. They had one in North Carolina, one in Florida, to identify residents who qualify for federal aid. Internal messages viewed by the Daily Wire reveal. The supervisor, Marnie Washington, replayed this message both verbally and in a group chat with the relief team. Multiple government employees told the Daily Wire. Marnie has previously liked to show off her accreditation with FEMA on social media. There, see, she's bragging about how she's a federal employee. The government employees told the Daily Wire that at least 20 homes with Trump signs or flags were skipped from the end of October and into November due to the guidance, meaning they were not given the opportunity to qualify for FEMA assistance. You're not going to get your $750, you dick. Images shared with the Daily Wire showed that houses were skipped over by the workers who wrote in the government system messages such as Trump sign, no entry, per leadership. It's unclear whether the same guidance was issued elsewhere in the country. The employees were part of a Department of Homeland Security surge capacity force team, meaning they volunteered from other DHS agencies to help an understaffed FEMA as it dealt with a second major hurricane in the span of a few weeks. Now, FEMA says it's handling the situation. I don't believe that they're going to handle the situation. They confirmed that they confirmed the incident, saying it is deeply disturbed by this employee's actions, horrified that this took place, and that it has taken extreme actions to correct the situation. Well, has anyone been fired? Have you canned anyone? Because I do believe that would be a good start. Maybe firing the person who wrote this order, unless it's an order you wanted them to give. That's the other thing, is they can always throw these lower level people under the bus, but it really sucks because you know deep down that they're the ones who wanted this. Like, they can sit there and go, oh yeah, some rogue employee just went ahead and said, yeah, I don't go to any houses with Trump signs on them. Like, they would fucking give a shit. This clearly came down from somewhere else, a little higher up the food chain. Coming up next, a little bit of Supreme Court stuff, a little bit of that rumor that Biden might leave the White House and all that. I am alone today. I'm by myself. Johnny needed some rest. Why don't we play a little Trump clip? Oh boy, I'm seeing some Keno Casino clips from yesterday. Like, this is so weird. Like, I'm going to be turning things over and like explaining who the Keno Casino is. Did I ever tell you that when I was interviewed as a suspect, when all this stuff went down back in May? When they sat down and interviewed me, like the questions they asked me, like because of the things they had to investigate, it's so fucking weird that when they were investigating that drug case, I had to answer questions like, can you tell us what Kiwi Farms is? And there was literally a moment, like, because it was all recorded and everything, there's literally a moment where they asked me what Kiwi Farms is. I literally turned over my shoulder and looked up at the camera. Like, of all the things they asked me, of all the things I gave to them, to all the things, you know, that I interviewed about, it was me confirming the existence of Kiwi Farms to the detective that made me look over at the camera as if I was telling Kiwi Farms, I don't know if this is, because I was pretty new to it at the time. I'm like, is this like a Fight Club thing? Like, am I not supposed to talk about it? What's the deal? And then they asked me, can you tell me what the Keno Casino is? Is that like an actual casino? And I'm sitting there at a police station and I have to talk about what Keno Casino is. And I'm just like, it's these guys, they do a show and they keep tabs on people and shit like that. It's just fucking weird where the world takes you. Yeah, Peepoo says felted. It was like, how great is that? And I'm sure that would I'm sure that will very much upset. Certain people that I now definitely will not be talking about until certain things are handled. But to know that fucking, what is Kiwi Farms? And you'll just, Nana's Clam says, definitely need a FOIA request for that tape. Look, you're going to see them go, what is Kiwi Farms? And you're literally, you'll be watching over my shoulder and you'll see me go, hey, you know what? I'll do it so you can see the face. So I'm telling you, can you tell us what Kiwi Farms is? Yeah, like if it was a movie, the cop would have said, over here, Mr. Imholt. Talk to us over here, Mr. Imholt. And then them going, what is Keno Casino? I imagine that if Worski and PPP could have been watching it, and then the guy goes, what is Keno Casino? They'd just be ringing the bell. Whoa, buddy! Oh, my goodness. Just looking over of all the things that I'm admitting to, of all the things that I'm talking about in that interview. They asked me about Kiwi Farms. I'm like, fuck, that camera's on. Fucking idiot. Me, of course. Me. I'm the idiot. Oh, today's going to be a lot of phone calls. And then tomorrow I've got to make trips to so many different places because there's so much shit at play. I got multiple places I have to go and talk to people at. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. But, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's go ahead and continue on with some, the Kamala Harris thing. People have been writing about this today. They've been asking. They've been saying, you know, the new fanfic, the new theory is that Joe Biden's going to leave the White House. And in the last month or two here, what do we have? 2 months, about 2.5 months. In the last 2 months and 9 days, Joe Biden's going to vacate the presidency. He's going to walk away from it. And Kamala Harris is going to get to be the first acting female president. Now, I have to call bullshit. For one very simple reason. I don't think Joe Biden likes Kamala Harris. I think Joe Biden sees Kamala Harris as someone who shoved a fucking meat cleaver in his back during the election. I think he sees Kamala and her team as the people who pushed him out of the election and didn't give him a chance to run for his job. And I understand because, look, man, in Joe Biden's mind, outside of, the cobwebs and empty spaces, there's that part of him that goes, hey, I deserve to go out on my shield. Like, Kamala got the shit kicked out of her anyway. They should have given Joe Biden. That was Joe Biden's ass kicking to take. And I don't feel bad for Joe Biden, but I am on his side in terms of the coup that was launched. It was 100% a coup to remove a sitting president from an election because they weren't going to win. It was sore loser syndrome. And then they put Kamala in there. She gets the shit beat out of her anyway. And now they're like, oh, maybe Biden should step down. It's like, how much humiliation should this man have to endure, this 82-year-old grandpa? Honestly. So, no, I don't think Biden's going to drop out. I don't think they're going to have Kamala be the first female president or anything like that. That's silly. It's all silliness. Jamal Simmons, a former communications director for Kamala Harris, made an unlikely suggestion about how the vice president might still have a chance of becoming president if Joe Biden steps down from office. I mean, Joe Biden has fallen off bikes, fallen upstairs, fallen out of his presidential campaign. You think now with a month and 9 days left, he's going to go, yeah, you know what? I'm really tired of this humiliation. I think I'm going to tap out. No, he's in it for the rest of it. And again, it would be a cheap way to get your first female president is just, here, I left it for you. And how many more fucking favors does Joe Biden have to do Kamala Harris? Like, how indebted to her is Joe Biden going to be? And if you're 82 years old and you're a lame duck president, you don't have to do shit for anybody. It gets over. You have nobody else to be accountable to. Thank God Joe Biden probably sleeps 20 hours a day, because this next 2.5 months, with him having nothing to lose, he could really burn it down if he wants to. But you have to get up. Asked on Sunday what they thought would be the most important thing to watch for in the 71 days until President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, panelists on CNN's State of the Union, Scott Jennings, Ashley Allison, and Brad Todd, pointed to the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza or Trump's actions while setting up his administration. Yeah, I guess you could see like a big Biden win somewhere. I don't think Hamas is going to give Biden those hostages, though. I don't think any of these groups want to give Biden a W. I think they've been kind of treading on Joe Biden because they see him as weak. So now that he's not going to be in office anymore, I don't see Hamas going, you know what? On this whole hostage thing, we were just fucking with you. Here, take them all back. We were just doing this until you didn't get reelected. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's the United States making itself a little too important in the grand scheme of things. I don't think Hamas took those hostages to fuck with Joe Biden and to cost him the election. Because I think if you're Hamas, you're probably, well, they're pretty pro-Israel. I mean, both candidates were pro-Israel. I just feel like if you're Hamas, Trump's probably going to go a little easier on you just because he wants to find peace. He doesn't want to keep this military-industrial complex fucking money-washing system we've got going on with Israel right now. Simmons went in a different direction, saying Biden, he said, quote, could resign the presidency in the next 30 days and make Kamala Harris the president of the United States. Joe's been a phenomenal president, Simmons said. And guys, you know what all phenomenal presidents do, right? They quit. All great leaders just quit. There was that halftime of Super Bowl II where Vince Lombardi says, fuck this, guys, I'm outie. And he just left at halftime, but the Packers still won the Super Bowl, inspired by their coach's abandonment. Everyone remembers when Napoleon was at the Battle of Austerlitz. And as his enemies were trying to flank him, he went, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head home. This I don't think this is going very well. You know, and France was defeated right then and there. So no, Joe Biden is not going to, first of all, he's not a phenomenal president. Second of all, he's not stepping down to let Kamala Harris be president. Third of all, if you're so fucking badass and women are the future of this country, you're only going to take the presidency if an old white man hands it to you? That's where we're at now. I am woman, hear me roar. We are so amazing and incredible. Excuse me, old white man, could you please hand me my accomplishment? I mean, isn't nepotism how Kamala got her other jobs? I mean, wasn't she notorious for the old dating roster? There is no evidence that Biden would consider leaving office before the end of his term, and he won't. He won't. The move, Simmons argues, would keep Harris from having to oversee her own defeat when the presidential election is certified in the Senate. Well, I mean, that's every vice president who's ever lost. Al Gore had to do it. And Al Gore had reason to believe that he might have won the fucking thing. And even Al Gore had to bang the gavel and go, all right, so ordered. George W. Bush is president. That's part of the deal. You got to take your lumps. The vice president also serves as the president of the Senate, including when Congress certifies the results of a presidential race. Now, do we have... Oh, no, we don't have a clip. I thought we had a clip for a second of that. Others have joked about Biden clearing a potential path for Harris. Yeah, I think you're missing a very serious point here, and that is I think Joe Biden hates Kamala Harris. I think he dislikes the people who were running her campaign. I think he's pissed off at all of them because I think he believes that they staged a coup against him and, threw him out of the election, which, by the way, is not far off. Someone texting in, look up Kamala Harris's campaign raising $1 billion and blowing it all in a month. Yeah. Nana's Clam says, talk about an asterisk. No shit. Like, hey, I was the first female president. Why? Because some old white man just handed it over to me. That's like Anna Nicole Smith saying that she was part of J. Howard Marshall's oil empire. Stop it. Stop it. She was a prosecutor and couldn't move up from there. Well, she became vice president. Jesus Christ, McBuster. I certainly can't read that. Holy fuck. McBuster going hard today. Oh, my God. $195 away from this evening's goal. If you guys want to chip into this evening's goal and you want to steal their overtime, that would be fine with me. If not, thank you very much for an incredible election day. It has put us a show ahead. Maybe we can stay a show ahead. That'd be great. Just every show we're knocking out the day before, or the next day, I should say. That would be pretty good. Pretty good. No Clopogram. I'm serious. Guys, look. On advice of authorities and counsel, I can't fucking talk about any of it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of you are asking, and I know a lot of you are asking because you just want the hot gossip. I get it. It's not gossip. It's not internet. It's far beyond that. And we're only going to find out more. So stop asking. I appreciate it. A lot of you are asking in very goodwill. I know it upset a lot of people yesterday. I know I caused a lot of people to spurg the fuck out when I said, I'm sorry, guys, I hate to burst your bubble, but liars lie. And no, like, I never thought in my 37 years it would be controversial for me to go, I've never tasted semen before. And people going, what? No, you have. Yes, I know you haven't. Sorry, guys. Of all the shit I've admitted, the shameful things that I've admitted I've done, why would I not admit something I've done? That shameful things, awful things, things that God will judge me for an eternity. But I'm like, you know what? I got to definitely keep this one under. No, I'm sorry. I think people are getting a little bit desperate. Again, sorry, guys. But yeah, I can't answer any of these questions. MGD, thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate it. I cannot discuss anyone who's involved. I really can't. I appreciate those guys. I appreciate you asking. I know you just, you want to know. Look, man, if I were in your, I'm not blaming anyone for asking me questions. I would be asking, I would want to know too, if I were in your position. Baba Shop says it was mutual. It was each other. No, it wasn't. I don't. Oh, Jesus. King Kong Dong says, God, some of the people in here jerk it to your demise, but you are always still there. Like I always say, all I have to do is hit go live and people's heads explode. It's very weird. Very weird. Yeah, can't answer that. Can't. Now our fans are just going, how about this? How about that? No. Clopogram, no. I can't answer it. That's not a no to your question. That's just, I can't answer. I can't. Oh my God. And again, like, I'm smiling and I'm laughing because I'm putting myself in your shoes. And I would be doing the same thing if it didn't involve me. So I understand. I get it. I'm not mad at anybody. It's for asking. But yes, tomorrow's going to be a very busy day. A lot of miles getting logged tomorrow. FTW nil. Here we go. So yeah, how about this? FTW nil with $5 says, how much to bite off a stick of butter though? I want to go back to the butter days. Some people want better days. I just want butter days. That's all. Thank you for the $5. FTW nil. It's very nice of you. 190 away from tonight's goal. After FTW nil and his generosity. I do appreciate that. All the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Rumble Rant and Super Chat information and Venmo and all that are up in the chat. Thank you. Aaron, how do we No, Clopogram, I'm not. I really appreciate, Clopogram should have been a journalist because Clopogram is just asking for all the access and everything about everything. I'm sorry. Chevy fan says butter is a step down from jizz and you did that for free. There was no shit. How dare you, Chevy fan? How dare you? I love the fans of this show. They do make shit like this funny. But again, there's a lot of questions that a lot of you are asking that I just cannot answer. Uh-oh, we've got a little dissension in the ranks. I didn't think about this. You know how we've been talking about which Supreme Court justices are going to retire while Trump's president so he can replace them? Like Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, because they're in their 70s or 80s, and having them drop out of the Supreme Court so Trump can replace them and not whoever potentially might be president next. Well, now there are Democrats. I didn't even consider this before. There are Democrats who now want Supreme Court justices to step down before Trump becomes president. And that's got to be weird if you're a Supreme Court justice, because the message people are basically sending you is, we think you're going to die in the next 4 years, which is kind of a fucked up, shitty thing to say. You're like, hey, Justice Sotomayor, they're asking Sonia Sotomayor if she'll step down and retire so Biden can replace her before Trump becomes president. And to me, that would just be one of the most deflating, insulting things you could ask me, because the insinuation in that question is, hey, we're pretty sure you're going to croak within the next 4 years. You think you could just quit? And I understand where Democrats are coming from. I understand where they'd be nervous. Because if Trump gets to appoint one more justice, if a lefty one flips righty, is it 7-2 in the Supreme Court? Roberts, Gorsuch, Alito, Kavanaugh, Barrett, Thomas. Yeah, it's 6-3 right now. I mean, if you count John Roberts or John. Oh God, did I fuck that up? No, Roberts, Chief Justice John. Yeah, okay. Why did I have a weird, I fucking had a brain spasm on John Roberts? But they want Sonia Sotomayor to step down. And this is how bloodthirsty and crazy you get when you only think about politics all the time. You just stop caring about people's humanity. You stop caring about hey, am I going to really fucking bother this person by basically saying you're not going to make it to 75 years old? Because that's and the only reason you're going to do that to someone is so that the bad man that became president doesn't get to put another one of his guys on the Supreme Court. That's ruthless, man. Despite calls from some on the left to step aside before President-elect Donald Trump is sworn in, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor reportedly plans to remain on the bench. The 70-year-old Sotomayor has no plans to give up her seat, despite the prospect of Trump getting to choose her replacement if she retires in the next 4 years. Well, if she's not retiring now, she's not going to retire in the next 4 years. If she was planning on retiring in the next 4 years, she'd just do it now. And yes, let Biden pick a replacement. But if she's 70 now, stands a reason to believe she would still be there in 4 years. 70 isn't oh my God, any minute now old. This is no time to lose her important voice on the court. She just turned 70 and takes better care of herself than anyone I know, said an unnamed person. Now, why is that? Whenever, that always makes me nervous whenever someone says, an athlete, if you're ever watching a fight and an athlete goes, oh man, I'm in the best shape of my life. It's uh-oh, that guy's about to get killed. That guy's about to have his fucking ass kicked. If you watch a fighter and he's in his 30s and he says, I'm in the best shape of my life, he's dead. We got Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson on Friday. If you hear Mike Tyson say, you know what I'm saying, I'm in the best shape of my life right now, Jake Paul's going to kill him. I'll give you a hint. Muhammad Ali said he was in the best shape of his life before he fought Larry Holmes. I have something I'd like to show you. Here, this is Muhammad Ali in the best shape of his life.
He wants to prove he's got it over Ali.
This is it's Muhammad Ali in the best shape of his life, everybody. Oh my God, just in such good shape. I mean, I guess he trained his chin pretty well. Jesus Christ. That jab was so good. Oh.
Has a twofold effect.
Again, guys, best shape of his life. No, never better. Ali never felt better than when he was training for this Larry Holmes fight. It's just fucking killing it, man. He was running, he was lifting, fighting grizzly bears, all kinds of shit. And that's Ali in the best shape of his life. So whenever you hear like Sonia Sotomayor or anyone going, oh man, she takes better care of herself than anyone else I know, or she's in such amazing shape for her age. Oh, here's another example. Like, forget Muhammad Ali. How about when Joe Biden, the people on Joe Biden's staff were saying, oh man, he's so sharp. He runs circles around all of us. I've never seen him in such better shape. He's sharp as a tack. Anytime someone has to convince you that they're in amazing shape or that they're doing great, it's usually because they're fucking not. So there's one athlete who's in, quote, the best shape of his life. By the way, Ali 1,000% had Parkinson's during that fight. Had Parkinson's. Gray Duckling with $1 says, I'll donate $25 for a bite of butter. No. We're not doing butter, although I appreciate the joke. Triple N says, Aaron looking like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick. Fuck around. No, wait. What? Oh, God damn it. Is that Many Men? God, I know that line. Looking like, it's a 50 Cent line. Looking like, oh, Tupac Against All Odds? I thought that was a 50 Cent line. Oh, they both did. Okay, Tupac and 50 Cent used that line. I didn't. Against All Odds. Trying to play or hate on my shit, you eat a fat dick. That's Tupac. I remember, oh God, now I feel like a bad Tupac fan. I remember it being a 50 Cent line. Eminem Hail Mary lyrics. Irv looking like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick, trying to play a hate on my shit, man, eat a fat dick. So they both did the same line? I hate that. Now I feel bad that I fucked that up and that wasn't just a 50 Cent line. McBuster says, no, I can't. McBuster, I can't read that. McBuster, I can't read that either. I can't, if it's about anything that may, no. You're not going to get me, McBuster, you son of a bitch. So anyway, Sonia Sotomayor is not going to leave the Supreme Court before Trump gets in office. And so basically now lefties have to sit there and go, don't die in the next 4 years. Like, it's so weird that people's humanity and like their life and death is now just like a weird game for some people. Like, they just go, oh man, I really hope Sonia Sotomayor doesn't die in the next 4 years. And you're like, oh, why? Because you care about her health, and as a human being, you'd like to see her live a long, happy, prosperous life. No, I just don't want Trump to get to, replace her on the Supreme Court and make it 7-2. Can we just back off for a second and be like, I really hope Sonia Sotomayor doesn't die, because her family would be really sad and a lot of people would miss her and it would cause a lot of people undue strife. Can we? We can't, can we? This is the part where, you know, like in the movies, somebody makes a big inspirational speech, like in Mr. Deeds, and then everyone goes, yeah, you're right. We've been pieces of shit. But in the real world, what happens is you make a really nice speech like that, and everyone goes, faggot. And then you get laughed at, and you have to sit down. That's what I just did. I went, hey, guys, don't you ever just wish that Sonia Sotomayor won't die in the next 4 years because you care about her as a person, and that maybe your family would be sad and it would upset a lot of people and cause undue strife? And like, queer, shut up. Oh. All right. Apparently the political makeup of the Supreme Court is far more important than our humanity. Guy Sartell says, why are you working today? Do you hate veterans? Yes. Why? I mean, obviously, that's why I'm working today. Is it a trick question? Fuck. Over 900 people checking out the toe on Veterans Day during firearms season. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Oh. That's interesting. Wow, good point. I'm going to screenshot this and make this... My buddy Matt just sent me an interesting text message. It's going to make me busier tomorrow, but in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. Wow. Yeah, somebody says, wow. No, Clapogram. No. Clapogram, I can't answer that, and you're fine. I promise, Clapogram, you are A-okay. I do like the Clapogram bit today of just like trying different ways to get me to say stuff, because like I said, I like Clapogram, and I get it. He's invested. He wants the hot gossip. He's like a TMZ reporter. And I do find what he's doing very funny. So I will say this, Clapogram. No. All right? You're almost starting to make me feel bad. Coltrane says, I bagged my buck on Saturday. Attaboy. Attaboy. I bag one tomorrow. Doom Clone, good morning, baby bird. That's the funniest one. The fact that people bought that one was funny to me because it was untrue, but also really disheartening because I was like, oh man, look at how many people looked at that and went, yeah, checks out. I'll be honest with you. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Like, there were a lot of people going, oh, well, the person who said that lies fucking constantly, so obviously this is horseshit. This is something you would have come out with day one. But, like, then the amount of people who, they weren't even mad. It wasn't even Aaron haters who were like, I'm just going to believe anything bad about Aaron. There were a lot of people who, like, nonchalant were just like, yeah, I believe that. And I'm like, what? Fuck you too, then. You dick. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with $1.99 over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. He says, eat a dick sounds like a Diddy line. No, because the Larry Holmes flabby and sick line was clever. That's not a Diddy thing. Approachable says, hey, Aaron, remember at the beginning of the show when you said you had a lot you couldn't talk about, and if someone kept trying to push it, you'd ban them? Are you going to stick to your word? Or no, I don't think he's I don't think Klopogram's like being a dick. I think Klopogram's just being funny. I think I don't think Klopogram's being fucking, you know, like he's not being trolly. He's just being what do you call it? Like an investigative reporter. That's it. All right, I'm pushing X to doubt on this next story. I think this one's total bullshit. I have seen way too many of these. to think that this is anything legitimate. Although I could be, look, I haven't watched it. I don't have any. This is just me completely knee-jerk without knowing anything, judging this one. There's a public school after the election in Maryland, a blue state, where students received racist text messages after the election. There were these hateful messages that went out to all these students, and it shows that white supremacy is alive and well in schools across America. Now, whenever it's an adult and you see like a rally and they're like, look at all these white supremacists, you're like, feds. Whenever I see a school story where they're like, oh yeah, a bunch of racist messages are being sent out of fucking nowhere, I'm like, inside job. It's usually a black kid or like some, like really big time liberal white kid who's trying to frame somebody for, like, when your whole position is the world is racist, everybody's a fucking racist. And then you don't get enough like grist for the racist mill. You have to create your own. Like there was that story at the University of Missouri years ago where somebody put a shit swastika on the wall. And the football team stopped playing football because it was so terrible and they had to support their African-American teammates and all of that. And it turned out that it was a black person who smeared the shit swastika on the wall, which raises all kinds of fucking questions that I don't even want to think about. But they admitted to doing it, and then it all became a hoax, and everybody who like took a stand against all this just ended up looking really retarded, including the football team. It was a hoax. And there's been countless others that have been perpetrated where everyone goes, oh my God, we need a protest. Oh my God, we need to stand up to this hatred, only to find out that was an inside job. And every time the person who does the inside job is confronted on it, they go, well, I was just trying to raise awareness of the problem. It's like, but you were the one who just created like, what a great gig. I can create the problem and then I can be the one to raise awareness about it. Wow. That's amazing. Like if I just went around with a herp lip, just smooching everybody, and then everybody in the neighborhood's got herpes, and I'm like, you know what? We need to I'm going to raise awareness about herpes. Let's go ahead and check this out. I could be wrong. They could have already caught the student. It was some Trump-loving, white supremacist, white kid who went to this school. Or, again, they don't know who the fuck did it, and it's probably an inside job. Let's check it out.
We begin with those racist text messages that have been sent to people all across the nation, as well as here in the DMV. We're glad you're with us tonight. I'm Scott Thuman.
DMV, the Department of Motorized Vehicles. What the fuck do they have to do with any of this?
We are now...
I mean, you have to wait in line long enough for anything. You're going to start using some slurs.
Learning that Montgomery County students also received those disturbing messages. 7 News' Christian Flores is talking with a parent and a mental health professional about how they're handling this.
See, to me, this is clearly somebody who hates Donald Trump and is really salty over the election. And they're like, I'm going to show that because of Trump, like the racism and hatred and bigotry will be out of hand more than ever before. It's like, well, yeah, if you do it.
That sound ringing the alarm for Montgomery County parents after the school district reported some students have received these racist text messages.
It says, greetings, blank. You have been selected to serve in the house on the nearest plantation. Be ready at 12 p.m. sharp with your belongings. Our executive slaves will come get you in a black van. Be prepared to be searched down once you've entered the plantation. You are in house group B. Sorry. So it's an obvious joke message. Like, do they get these text messages and people are like, oh boy, well, I guess I better be out front at 12 p.m. I feel like this is a gag. This is a joke on the hysterics that people go into, being like, Trump's going to eliminate Juneteenth and he's going to bring back slavery and all that shit. This sounds like somebody fucking with that idea.
Telling them they will be taken to a plantation to pick cotton.
I'll definitely check with him and find out.
The school district sent this letter home to parents saying some students received text messages containing racist threats. These texts have been sent to people across the country in the days after.
It wasn't really a racist threat. It was more like, letting you know when they're going to come pick you up.
The election and
it was like an Uber.
FBI is now investigating.
Trying to teach them about, about history and where we were as Afro-Americans, where we've come from and where we are.
Fuck, are we using Afro-Americans again? God damn it, I'm always the last one to know. I've still just been using the N-word. So, like, black, person of color, all that's out the window. We're back to Afro-American. Could you quit changing it? Are we still using homo? Not for black people. I would never do that.
Are today. And then to actually have this enveloped right in front of them, they don't know how to process that.
I personally have a cousin that received one of those text messages, and it was like, what is this? What's going on? Is this real?
Even mental health professionals like Philip Reynolds have not been able to escape this, and he worries how children will cope.
School going in and of itself is hard enough, so having these things...
I mean, look, I'm not trying to be, elitist white guy trying to poo-poo the pain of minorities, but, like, it's a fucking gay text message you got because the country's going through some weird shit right now. Delete it and move on. You'll be fine. Or, turn it over to people and let them figure out who sent it, and then if it's keeping you up at night, they'll let you know.
Things be posted, and even for the families, right? Sending their kids to school that walk to school or via bus with this, it can absolutely create an increase in anxiety and depression for kids.
The school district told parents they will have mental health professionals available for students.
You want to say, hey, let me get you to a professional where you can really have a safe space to process and talk through some of these things.
With any kid, everybody knows they don't come with a manual. I need you to open up to me. I need you to talk to me. Hopefully, that will ring a bell, and hopefully I'm standing on the steps of him wanting to allow me to be able to knock on his door so that he will open up and talk about that.
In Montgomery County.
Yeah, Dad? No, Dad, Dad, I do want to talk to you about the text messages, but if I do that, I'm going to be late. They're picking me up now to take me to the plantation. Yeah, sorry, Dad, it's Trump's America. I got to go. But you always told me that a good, honest day's work, it would do me some good. So, I guess I'll talk to you soon. All right, bye. I wish you would just call me up and ask me about this. I don't know. Is this really a nationwide thing? I've never gotten one of these texts. I've never gotten one of the "you're going to be a slave now" texts. But I think this is just some dipshit asshole just being a dick. And Peepoo says, your new name is Toby. Yeah, they forgot that line in the text. How am I supposed to know you're talking to me if you don't tell me what my new name is when you come to pick me up? Am I in trouble if I don't show up for the picking up to go to the slave house? Lab Glass says, and for God's sake, be on time. Yes. This audience is disgusting. Eating Clams writes, ha, 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 ha. Black kids with dads. You fucking dick. Jeez. Oh, man. Like they have... See, now with the father jokes. Why with the father jokes? See, I think that's just somebody fucking around. Oh. Here's another one we need to screenshot. Oh God, to think I haven't done all that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Guys, we are 190 away from tonight's goal. You guys, you've already knocked out today. Today is done. Let's get tonight's taken care of. And we'll do their overtime today as well. We'll do an extra hour. How's that? We'll do an extra hour for today. MN Gal says, how did they know to text only Afro-American? That's right. We're using Afro-Americans now. Huh. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think it's a text. It's a mass text fucking with people because, people are getting a little bucky after the election. All right, guys. I don't know if you have your bingo board on you for the post-election madness that's been going on. We've been watching a lot of seething videos since Tuesday night. If you'd like to get your bingo board out, I do have a question for you. Did you have women making poison on said bingo board. So we heard about the 4B movement last week. The 4B movement is where you take 4 shits a day. It might as well be. That actually might be more productive, like digestive system and all that. But the 4B movement is something that initiated in Korea. And it's women aren't going to have sex with men or date men or breed with men or anything like that. And in this case, it's because that dirty, awful bastard Trump is president, right? So they're going to do the 4B movement. Well, apparently that all fell apart. Apparently over the weekend, they were all whores. They couldn't help themselves, just dick after dick after dick. So I guess the 4B movement is out. They tried. They made it 48 hours. It's not bad for a lot of them. Well, now they've decided that they could just straight up fucking poison us. Oh, okay. Women are now learning. Now, is this poison for themselves? Or is this poison? Because, like, part of me feels like this is we can't have abortions kind of thing. And if we can't have abortions, then we can just make poison and kill our babies. It's like, I hope that's pretty fucking dark. And also, you can have abortions. Most places in the country, you can get all kinds of different abortions. Where is abortion legal? Let's take a look. Abortion is legal with no limit in Alaska, Colorado, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Puerto Rico, Vermont, and Washington. Abortion is legal up to a certain point in states like Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia. Oh, no, some states like Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia have banned abortion. So you are either in a state where abortion is legal or you're in a state that borders a state where abortion is legal. And you're more than capable to make the drive and get it done. So I don't think you have to resort to poison. So I'm almost positive that this is your women telling you that they're going to start making poison so they can fucking kill you. That's, again, that's the vibe I'm getting from these videos. Let's take a look.
Never gonna happen.
This is, again, a great example of why men should probably monitor TikTok. Even though, look, I think it sucks too. I think it's totally gay. But, you know, maybe you'll see some of these punches coming if you study the enemy.
Never gonna happen, sweetie. Your body, our choice.
Oh, see, because all of us terrible men voted for Donald Trump, and that's going to take away every woman's right to have an abortion. So now they can poison us because, well, hey, after all, you know, it may be your body, but it's my choice, just like you with an abortion. Yeah, except what you're trying to do is end a baby's life, and some people find that morally reprehensible. You're just legit trying to poison a dude. Like, he's just trying to kill him. And by the way, you don't have to learn how to make poison. Everyone's watched Breaking Bad. It's ricin'. This is Giulia Tofana. She is responsible for the deaths of over 600 abusive husbands in 17th century Italy. Yeah, and I'm sure all of it was real. And I'm sure none of them lied. So I'm sure no innocent men were poisoned to death by some vigilante. Crafted from belladonna flowers and other toxins, Giulia would sell her product by word of mouth to women in need. Her poison was called Aqua Tofana, and it would have came in this bottle, disguised as cosmetics. Or in my case, cum. Whoa! I gotta say, I think the cum thing to me is like the headbutt thing where it's like so ridiculous. You'd have to just want me dead and hate me to the moon and back to actually think that was real. So I will continue making jokes about it. I'm sorry if it upsets you. The doctors were unable to determine the cause of death for these men. Well, yeah, back in the 17th century, they didn't have fucking tox screens. It's debated whether Giulia was found and tried and after a woman got cold feet or whether she went on to die naturally of old age.
If you make her, you make me too much labor.
So here we go. This is the woman who's going to... They're literally telling each other on TikTok how to fucking make poison. This is illegal, right? Like you can't go online and tell people, hey, this is how you can poison somebody. That's got to be like, that's got to go even beyond anarchist cookbook shit.
Aqua Tavana. Am I right? Aqua Tavana.
Why?
If you know, you know.
Yeah, it's a fucking poison. We all have Google, you dumb bitch. But like, why? What did we do? We voted for Trump? So now you have to murder us all?
Barely can wait to hit him with the snare and the bass square in the face. This fucking...
All right, I'm muting this because I'm not going to sit here editing this video all fucking day because of copywritten music. Your body, my choice. And then, oh yeah, look, she's pouring the thing into the thing to kill the guy. Oh, no, it's still... I've got an idea, girls. Let's wear blue friendship bracelets. Okay, we're going to wear blue friendship bracelets. Aqua Tofana tattoos. These crazy whores. On an unrelated note, are you ladies interested in investing in poison rings? What the fuck has broken these broads? This might be getting worse than 2016. Like, if we're talking about poisoning people because the guy who's going to be president is going... I have bad news. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. If you poison your Trump voting husband, Trump still takes office. Like, if your husband voted for Trump, and like, how many votes do you win by? Like 4 or 5 million? If you kill 5 million and one Trump voting men with poison, once they die, their vote doesn't get canceled. The vote still counts. So we got poison rings. My advice for American women. I know you will understand this. All right. Oh, she's not going to. Okay, we're still going to have the copywritten music. They asked for it. Oh, the poison ring. Look. Oh, they asked for it. Yep. All of us guys asked for it because of abortion. Abortion, 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 abortion. This is what you're throwing it all away for. To look like crazy fucking broads on TikToks. Why? Abortion, abortion, abortion. Hear me out, ladies. Aqua Tofana.
Me is a privilege. You do not have privileges.
Okay, all right. Now she's going to dance to some fucking gay music. Guys, quick word of advice. If you're dating this anyway, you should probably just bail. Like, even if she doesn't poison you, this is not reasonable. And that's the thing. Like, a lot of these women who are making these videos like, we should poison all these Trump voting men. Am I right? It's like, you don't have a boyfriend. Yeah, but you can imagine what it would be like if I did. So she's dancing. The fat girl with green hair is dancing because the guys need to be murdered. Your body, my... Yeah, that's it. Oh, wow. A septum piercing. Did not see septum piercing coming. Usually they're so reasonable. Your body, my choice. Aqua Tofana isn't that hard to make. And then there's the middle finger because, yeah, abortion and Trump, and we get it. Okay, we're the bad guys. Let's say these were all Muslim men. And all of these Muslim men were like putting in recipes for pipe bombs. Do you think it would be looked at as like a ha-ha, well, look at them, they're being silly. Oh, look at this wild new trend of Arabic men on TikTok talking about how to make explosive devices. Like, I have a feeling that the Department of Homeland Security would want to speak to them. But if women with green hair go online and they're like, I fucking hate men, they're garbage, they're dog shit, here's how you make poison to kill them. I feel like that's at the very worst. It's worth a visit, you know? Just a little talking to. And the person with green hair answers the door and you go, well, I guess that answers my first question of, are you okay? Second question. You making poison in here? Yeah. I'm making poison for all the shitbag men in the patriarchy. So you have a boyfriend? Well, no. Then why do you give a shit? Because the patriarchy needs to be destroyed. So you need to poison men? Yes, with aqua tofana. Would you like a bottle of water? Oh, man, I'm actually really thirsty. What? No! I don't want a bottle of water. I'm a police officer. We got more. We got more of the gals. You know what's amazing? I'm starting to see a theme with a lot of these anti-Trump women who want to poison dudes. I feel like their hatred of men, and call me crazy if you need to, might go beyond Donald Trump. Let's check it out.
Good morning. Just a couple of quick thoughts on Matka. You ladies are incorrigible, and I appreciate you hanging on to your sense of humor. We're going to need it right now, because if you don't laugh, you cry.
Why? Why are you going to cry? What happened? You understand that the rest of this country just went through 4 years of someone we can't stand too. You'll survive. You'll be okay. We just went through 4 years of a shitbag that we couldn't stand. We weren't sitting here making ricin all fucking day. There weren't guys with castor beans down in their basement just going, I can't wait to fucking get these bitches who did this to us. We just didn't. We kind of just, we bitched a lot. We yelled on our show. We sat there and took it, and then we voted for Trump again. Here you are, like, if we have to have 4 years of a guy I don't like, and by the way, there's light at the end of the tunnel. You know he's only there for 4 years. You're like, if I have to do 4 years with that guy, then I'm gonna make poison and start killing dudes. Like, whoa.
The other thing about Matka, I'm going to need a black shirt with an Italian flag that says Matka, because.
And then everyone's gonna look at your shirt and go, you spelled meatball wrong, you stupid bitch. By the way, Matka is make aqua Teflon or whatever it's called great again. Get it? The poison. Girl power. Kill your babies. Yeah, is that what you do? Do you poison your husband and then kill him? And then go out and have a celebratory abortion where you kill a baby too? Well, you're just snuffing out everybody. It really does seem like women's answer to all their problems electorally is just kill more people. That's good. They should be in charge.
We know what that means. But if anybody asks me, I'm going to say, oh, I'm an Italian American. That's an old Italian tradition developed in Sicily.
Oh, man, you're good because it's not like anybody can look it up. Oh, you slippery fish, you. Oh, boy. How are we going to outsmart these people? How did their candidate not win?
By women that aspired to wear black for the rest of their lives. Just keep laughing. Have a great weekend.
Are you laughing? Because you also said you wanted to make poison. But if you're making poison and you're laughing, that would mean you're fucking psychotic. Oh. Well, let's see. Do we have any more? Oh, we have tweets that wouldn't load. I want to see more tweets. We have women incriminating themselves online. Well, that seems to be going around lately. That seems to be going around. Oh no, it's the same two videos. Oh wait, no, here we go. X post loading. There was an issue loading this tweet. Here we go. We can view them on Twitter. It'll be fine. There we go. All right. Oh, it's been deleted. Something tells me that people may have been reporting these tweets for, making fucking poison. Or there's this, your body, my choice. And it's women stabbing a man to death in the throat. That's wonderful. It's fucking great. Oh, thank you very much. Aaron, you've handled this perfectly. Oh, thank you. Just had to clearing out my messages there for a second. It's interesting. Thank you. Look, man, when I can't talk about something and when when it matters immensely, and I've been told, look, man, you can't talk about this because this is very fucking serious. This isn't like a show thing. This isn't like an internet thing. This is a real life thing. Fucking shush. Yeah, can't talk about it. Again, on advice, I will use the line again. On advice of authorities and counsel, I will not be talking about any potential wrongdoings that were done this weekend. Very serious people have said, shh, so shh. That's how it works. All right, we got more poisoning. Oh no, this is kind of the counter to that. So apparently there's a little bit of pushback going on in the female world. I love observing the female world. I really do. And one thing we're finding out about women is that you won't believe this. They are not a monolith. Oh, and also, if I may for a second, 1,000 people watching Steel Toe at the moment between our platforms, Rumble, YouTube, and Facebook. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you guys very much for your support. It's been amazing these last few weeks. And we've also are 190 away from tonight's goal. We don't have one for today because you guys knocked it out already. We're 190 away from tonight. If you knock out tonight, then we're going to do an extra hour of overtime total today. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's go ahead and get to the pushback from women. So there's one side of women who don't like Trump, and they don't like him, and they think they've lost all their rights, and their right to kill babies got more difficult, and that we should poison men. We should poison them to death. That's their position. Now we have another angle of this from women who are trying to calmly and rationally ask, what rights have we lost in Trump winning this election and Kamala Harris losing it? It's an interesting question. It's very level-headed. It makes a lot of sense, and it's very intelligent, which means it will get very little play in the mainstream media. Also, I think this woman might have just gotten herself poisoned. Let's go ahead and check this out. A woman asking on TikTok, again, reasonable place full of reasonable people, what rights women have lost.
I am so confused right now. The amount of girls
It's normal for people like you. You're fine.
that are coming up on my For You page talking about Trump has been elected president. Oh my gosh. We don't have any rights anymore.
By the way, that drives people nuts when you do that. That's why I always do it. Whenever you imitate them and make them sound like fucking retards or bitches, they hate it. It's so much fun. Whenever you go, oh my God, I lost all my rights. And they're like, I don't talk like that. It's like, I know. It's just fun. We're having fun. Leave us alone.
My grandma has more rights than I do. What the heck are you talking about?
I mean, that's true, but that's only because she lives in Canada and they have the MAID program. So your grandma, that MAID program is getting fucked up too. Like, it's kind of like the American income tax, where they said, oh, it'll never be more than like 1% on people, on the wealthiest 1/10 of 1%. And it's like, now it's just a thing. It's ingrained in us now. Like, they never intended to stop expanding it. The MAID program became like that. Remember when they first started the assisted self-deletion program in Canada? And they were like, it's only for terminally ill people and the elderly. And then it was like, all right, well, now it's for the terminally ill, it's for the elderly, and it's for people with Alzheimer's. All right, it's for the terminally ill, old people, people with Alzheimer's, and veterans with PTSD. It's for all of those people, and now it's also for people who are just, feeling a little sad this afternoon. Like, it's expanded to anyone now. Like, you can just walk in and go, not feeling so good, doc. Would you like us to kill you? That doesn't sound too bad today. So I think this woman's mad that her grandma is allowed to take her own life, but she can't take a baby's life. I get it.
What? I can buy a car. I can buy a home. I can go to school.
Did I fucking tell you you could do that? By the way, there's some Afghani girl right now watching this video going, oh, good, yeah, fucking brag about it, whore. I get toes cut off if I show my ankles.
I can get a job. I can do everything a man can do.
Well, I mean, look, Toots, I appreciate that we're on the same side, but let's not get weird. I mean, crossover dribble for me. Exactly.
I can vote. I can vote.
Nobody consulted me on any of this shit, so don't sit here throwing it in my face.
I can vote. I can vote. I have the freedom to go onto this wonderful app and speak whatever I feel like. That's my car telling me I need an oil change.
That's fucking perfect. I can handle things. I'm smart. Not like everybody says, like dumb. I'm smart and I want respect. Then you just fucking hear a smoke detector chirp in the distance. Can somebody, that's what I want. I want a Fredo Corleone rant with somebody superimposing a smoke detector beep in the background while he's talking about how he's not like everybody says, like dumb. I'm smart. Women can do stuff. We're amazing. I can own a car. Bing, bing, bing. Sorry, that just shows me that I'm 4,000 miles over for an oil change. I apologize for that, guys.
That's my car telling me I have the freedom to go onto this wonderful app and speak whatever I feel like. That's my car telling me I need an oil change. Anyways.
Your argument hit a bit of a snag.
What rights am I losing? And if the only rights we're talking about are allowing men to come into the bathroom with me and play in women's sports and the right to kill an unborn child, I'm sorry, you're crazy and kind of demonic. So if you needed a reason to unfollow me, there it is.
I mean, now get your ass to the fucking quick lane Valvoline, pay a couple extra bucks, and let's get that fucking... Do you know how far over for an oil change you have to be for it to ding at you? Like your oil change thing dinging at you means you're way... Because, like, let's say you're a 5,000 mile oil change person. If you're a 5,000 mile oil change person, the light doesn't come on at 5,000 miles. You'll have a thing on your... Most people have a thing on their car where it tells you what your oil life percentage is at. And when the oil life percentage gets down under like 10%, then the light will go off and it'll start dinging. That doesn't happen at 5,000 miles. So that means this chick is at least a couple grand over for her oil change. Not a good look when the whole point of your video is women can handle stuff. We be awesome. I guess what we could do is we could just let her know that we've got it from here. We can take care of it for her, but that kind of goes against what she was trying to say. 190 away from tonight's goal. If you'd like to contribute, please do. We'll give you the extra overtime. Otherwise, we'll enjoy today, and we'll be ahead. Otherwise, we can stay ahead. Like the idea of staying ahead. What were we today? We were $50 away from today's goal when we came in today. Let's do the same thing for tonight. All right, here's another woman throwing us the opposite perspective of what, you know, the poison all men and give them no pussy crowd is saying. Let's take a look.
Women, I would honestly just like to thank you for all of your unhinged reactions that you are posting online in response to Trump's re-election. I am making a collection of these videos, and I plan to show my daughter at some point in time so that I can show her what it looks like when you are exposed to nothing but repeat messaging of fear and anger and hostility, when you lose your ability to think critically, when you...
What fear and anger and hostility? So far, all I've seen is women saying they should never breed again. And honestly, like the women who are saying they should never breed again, I'm inclined to agree with them. But like, what else have women done that's so bad? I mean, sure, they've advocated murdering us. But like, if you've ever been in a relationship or married, like that's not abnormal either.
You lose control of your...
Part of this is maybe men need to fucking suck it up a little bit and, you know, take a few more death threats from women. They're so tiny.
When you lose control of your emotions and when you are exposed to nothing but propaganda. And this is definitely going to help me explain to her why it is so important to have freedom of speech, to have freedom of the press, to have access to information from all sides of the issues, and to engage in conversations with people that you disagree with so that you can make sure that you have a full picture of what it is that you think and believe, and to make decisions based.
All right, fine. They can vote again. She's actually doing pretty good. I can't even make fun of her. Like the last girl, I agreed with her that it was insane that women are like, we've lost all these rights. I agreed with her, but at the same time, she was talking about how awesome women were and all the rights she has. And then we found out she can't even take her car in for an oil change. That's a little iffy.
Based on a comprehensive view of the issue. So thank you for making that case for myself and future generations. Women,
I tell you, whenever like a kind of cute girl goes on a rant and it like makes sense, it's really disarming. It's honestly, it's like watching a dog walk on its hind legs. You're truly seeing something remarkable. Coltrane with $1 says, Aaron, you don't know shit about cars. Stay in your lane. You know how to eat pastries, grow man titties, and cuck yourself. LOL. Thank you, Coltrane. Oh, boy. 190 away from today. Thanks, pal. Now, what is eggs? Well, I know what eggs are. Former eggs student says she complained about her music teacher, Peter Thomas's erections, and got kicked out of class. Well, I mean, if the guy's just trying to have comfortable ragers in class and you're sitting there bitching about it, you are being rather disruptive. Bro, waistband that shit, all right? Don't just be... What was he doing? Was he just tenting in front of all of his students? Cut it off then. The fuck, buddy? Oh, yeah, this guy's a creep for sure. Look at this. That's a creepy guy. They say don't judge a book by looking at the cover. But how many times have you judged a book by looking at the cover and fucking nailed it? You know? How many times have you, just looked at someone and gone, oh, they're like this. And then you go, yep, turns out I was 1,000% right. So I do believe in judging a book by its cover because I've judged books by its cover before. And like there have been times where I've been wrong, but most of the time, especially like pedos, for example, there's just a pedo look. And you look at someone and they're saying weird shit about kids and you're like, yeah, that's a pedo. It just is. Usually they're fat, insecure, mildly retarded. And they talk about kids in really creepy ways. Like I said, there's like a mascot look. And like being a boner creep, if you look at this guy looks like a boner creep. It's like kind of a Seth Rogen, Tom Hanks collision here. He's a creepo. A former student of disgraced Epsom girl grammar music teacher. This is in New Zealand, by the way. Peter Thomas says she raised concerns about him months before the school was alerted to an alleged sexual relationship he was having with another student. Mia decided to come forward when Eggs principal Brenda McNaughton emailed parents and caregivers in September, stating that as soon as the school was made aware of verified allegations against Thomas, immediate action was taken. After learning of the message, Mia experienced guilt and regret that her earlier complaint against Thomas didn't result in action that might have prevented his later misconduct against another student, saying, I felt sick. The school is trying to protect his image at this point. Mia said she first made her complaint at the end of 2018 when she was a senior in high school, a keen music student who saw Eggs as a potential gateway to a musical career. Her allegation was first confided in a school counselor, she said. She told the counselor Thomas was having erections in class more often than not, and then repeated the allegation to a second school counselor in early 2019. That's like, of all the creepy shit to get fired for or get like complained about, like, what are you doing just popping boners and then standing up in front of the class? And he stood with like a back arch so that he could push the boner out a little bit more and have the imprint look more impressive. This guy's a weirdo. And I'm not for thinking that way. Mia felt the school took her complaint seriously during the first meeting, and she agreed to have her identity revealed to Thomas so the school could investigate properly. She said the school told her that returning to music lessons would not be an option for her. Well, yeah, because he didn't like everybody staring at his boner. Through his lawyer, Thomas has told the Herald he denied and still denies the allegations, saying, quote, "They simply did not happen." He confirmed the school investigated the complaint, said the allegations were not substantiated. This was the finding of the school. I agreed with that finding. He said, oh, okay. You'd think somebody else would have the boner story, right? Like if you did a proper investigation and you talked to, you go and you talk to like the other students, like one of the other students is going to be like, yeah, he was just popping boners all the time, just walking around in class. He would make us play ring toss with him. It was a terrible fucking sight. Somebody would corroborate that for you. But nope. Yeah, Chips and Diff says, girls are going to talk. Somebody would have backed this up. Sam Show says he better never have a boner ever again now. Right, he's banned from boners. That's going to be part of his probation, is he's going to be disallowed every time he has a boner. They're going to cut a notch in it to try and discourage him, like training a dog. Hulkamash Baby with $1 says, hey, Aaron, how many miles over was the Tahoe at the last oil change? Ooh. I'm going to go. My light wasn't on. I do know that. I didn't have the check oil light. But I'm willing to say that it was probably 1,000 miles over. I know, but I wasn't dinging, and I also wasn't talking about what a strong woman I was when I was 1,000 miles over. I always feel really bad that, when I'm over for an oil change. So I would never brag about my fierceness as a woman during that time. Lastea Synthesizer says, so the teacher was fucking a kid and your issue is public boners. Okay. Right? Yeah. Like they're like, hey, we have a girl who was essayed by her teacher and another, like, that's such a woman, like, story topper thing to do. Like, instead of letting this woman be a victim and have her justice, she's like, oh, yeah, well, I have something to say. He would pop boners all the time and walk around in class. Now, I have a question for you. And this is going to be a question that may not, like, it has a right answer morally, But, like, I don't know if it has a right answer disciplinarily, if you will. If you're a teacher and you have a rod and you stand up and teach your class, while it's wildly inappropriate and it's not something you should be doing, if you have pants on and the students have to look at your pants and like, oh, my God, he's got a boner. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Can you be fired for that? I guess if it happens a lot, it doesn't seem to be like an accident. But I have a heart because, like, remember in school where sometimes you'd pop a boner and then the teacher would call on you and you had to stand up and give an answer. And you had to, like, hold a book over your dick. And now in retrospect, you realize that was not as subtle as you thought it was. And a lot of people back then probably knew you were popping a boner. Anyway, I digress. Like, if this guy did this all the time, it's like, all right, then yeah, throw the book at him. But like, if he got up a couple of times and he's a virile guy and he was hard once in a while, it's a little creepy, but I don't know if you can really go after it. Sam Show says, Aaron is a white girl after all. It was 1,000 miles. It was 1,000 miles over. We'll get there. Zumakin becoming a member for 17 months. Thank you very much, Zumakin, for being a member of this channel. Gifts and memberships if you'd like to. We've had a few of those today. I appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants. We are currently 190 away from tonight's goal. Not today's. Today's is done. We're talking about tonight. So if you want to chip in on that All the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo information is right there in the chat. All right. I've got AOC and Bernie Sanders back to back. And by the way, I feel like we've been doing a really good job of balancing the goofy ass stories and the weird shit with the politics today. I was really worried we were going to end up really heavy on Trump shit. And I really don't think in the first 2.5 hours of the show, I really don't think we burned up a lot of Trump stuff, which is probably good. But we do have AOC and Bernie Sanders going back to back. Not like together. It's going to be a AOC thing and then a Bernie clip that we have to go through. But first, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. If you're looking for the stuff you need for hunting, self-defense, sport shooting, whatever, they have it at Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. They, of course, have knives, optics, parts and gear, tactical gear, so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. If you have questions, ask our friends Derek and Tracy. They'll get you all taken care of. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. It's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, if you get... I'm going to get to some. I'm not reading them yet. I'm trying to do reads. Some of these are... I want to get to these. They're so funny. Thank you, Gray Duckling and Chevy fan. All Care Towing, if you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if you lock your keys in your car, they can help you with no matter what's going on. Again. Stop it. Anyway, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. This is the new bit. Make Aaron crack up during the live reads. And also, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's I'm getting off of this. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go visit Stoney's for the Vikings games on Sundays, Timberwolves games, any kind of sporting event, maybe Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Go check it out at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Live music every weekend. It's a fun place to hang out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All right. The last story about the teacher who couldn't stop popping boners. Gray Duckling writes, Blue Chew is way too easy to get. Chevy fan with $2 says Aaron was bricked up in sex ed during the jizz quiz. Jesus. And Cool Boy with $5 says, my ex-girlfriend thought it would be funny to give me a surprise baby bird. I didn't think it was funny. More of a comment, really. Oh, you poor thing. It's even worse when they're really desperate to try and get at you and they make that shit up. But a lot of people are having fun with it, so I don't want to take it away from them. A lot of people are, holy shit. Can they just not admit their love for the toe? I wish they could. It would stop making them so gay. Oh, yeah. 180. What are we, 180 away from tonight's goal? Thank you guys for that. I would not be against the fuck with Aaron during live read segment. I don't hate it. Thank you very much to Chevy fan, Gray Duckling, and Cool Boy. We are 185 away from tonight. Carlos Cameo with $1. Stoney's is releasing a jizz old-fashioned and calling it Sinners Like Me just for Aaron. It never happened. I've never tasted... you know what? I was about to say I've never tasted human jizz before, but then again, I realized what that would then open me up to. Aaron drank horse cum confirmed. Oh, no, none, zero, not any different kind. It's certainly not. I'm not going to be able to get away from the horse thing now, am I? Kind of did that one to myself. All right, let's go ahead and get to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Hey, did you know that she's sad that Trump's president? Yeah, she's not very happy about it. Tony Hinchcliffe, said that thing about Puerto Ricans. The funniest thing about the Tony Hinchcliffe Puerto Rican thing is that A lot of Puerto Ricans think that Puerto Rico is trash. That's why they came here. But to the mainland, I should say. But like Puerto Ricans, I don't know if you saw the statistics. Puerto Ricans broke for Trump in this election. So Tony Hinchcliffe, oh my God, it's terrible that he said that Puerto Rico was a floating pile of garbage. That's going to enrage our Latino friends and family. And meanwhile, they don't understand Latinos like have their hierarchy like Asians or anyone else. And a lot of the other Latinos were like, yeah, fucking Puerto Rico is dirty. About time somebody said it. Had it with this coddling. So AOC was very upset about Tony Hinchcliffe's joke. Now AOC is warning us all to get ready for the fascist dictatorship we're all about to live under. Sorry, guys. I hate to break it to you this way, but AOC's got us.
We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives.
Fingers fucking crossed. Your lips to God's ear. Oh, boy, look at that pause. Look at that pause. By the way, I was watching Kino Casino last night, and they paused it. Did you know a certain someone has a lazy eye? And I'm not talking about Mersh. I didn't notice it before until they kept pausing. Well, anyway, she says we're entering a period of time that could have lifelong lasting effects. Yeah, that's kind of why most of us voted the way we did. Because we were kind of hoping that something permanent would get done.
We cannot give up.
Deal.
We
I won't.
now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves, I believe, in a time.
Yeah. Today, Junior.
Where there are, let's say, peers in history of
She's trying to say Jews? Did she just say?
History of mass movements of people that mobilize to protect one another in times of fascism.
So we need to bring Antifa back. Ladies and gentlemen, the return of Antifa. Oh, my God. It's like in pro wrestling where she's like, you know, where Vince McMahon brought in the NWO to destroy his company because he didn't want to see Ric Flair get it. So she's going to bring back Antifa to stop Trump, you know, because she doesn't want to see Trump get the country. I see. She's, so she said what now? There needs to be a...
Peers in history of mass movements of people.
See, mass movements, I've heard that this kind of music, use it and you get amped to do shit whenever you start some shit and you can't refuse it. It's a drastic movement of people acting stupid. It's fight music. That's what I thought it was. But apparently, no, she's talking about anti-fascism. I thought she was quoting D12 at first.
That mobilize to protect one another in times of fascism and authoritarianism.
No.
And this...
You know, he's not even in office yet, right? Like, he hasn't done anything authoritarian quite yet.
This is the era that we are poised to enter. Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens.
Oh, my fucking God. No, he didn't. He talked one time about the possibility of using the military to round up illegals. They are by definition illegal, thus not U.S. citizens. Oh, my God. You wonder about people like AOC, like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. We know they're full of shit and we know they're play acting, right? Like we're just kind of aware of that by now because they've been in the game so long. I sometimes think that this AOC chick actually believes some of this shit. And that's really unfortunate because she represents people
that he deems his domestic political enemies. Authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that. It is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislative opponents.
Like, say, charging him with 32 felonies or something like that because you're worried they might get in the White House again. You're worried he might do something like that. Or like put him on trial in multiple states and then make up crazy allegations against him for a lawsuit that he's going to that'll cost him a bunch of money. Are you talking about that? Is that what he's going to do to his political opponents? Because I agree with you. That would be fucking terrible. That would be very Banana Republic, not the clothing store. That would be very fascist of you. So I agree. If Donald Trump's going to like put felony charges on his opponents and he's going to, put them on trial in multiple states and try to get them jailed so they can't run against them. Yeah, that would be awful. And I would say that Trump is an evil fascist tyrant. And really anybody who would do that.
This is the world that we very realistically may be entering.
Cool. Sounds lit, fam. We'll see how it goes. Fuck, man. See, that's my thing is I think she believes it. I think she really does. I think she drinks the Kool-Aid for sure. And she actually thinks that we're heading into some like fascist territory. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says, so it was Aaron and not Walls that drank horse jizz. See, now this, I fucked up. I have been able to deny crazy drugged out allegations of semen ingestion. I laughed when I saw that one. I was like, oh, Jesus, it's getting desperate. But I will say this. Now I have to fight off horse cum allegations. Did not see that coming today. Chevrolet JB with $2 says, Aaron, pre-cum is cum. I've never been close enough to a horse to... Never mind. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, why does AOC care? According to her, we only have 7 more years to live. Did she say that? Nana's Clam says, yeah, that drop of you yelling about horse cum is already cut and on several soundboards. I don't doubt that. Let's put it that way. 180 away from tonight's goal. Thank you guys for knocking out today so easily. We appreciate it. If you want to keep dropping money on us, let's knock out the rest of, the rest of today. Or tonight. I'm sorry. And we'll do their overtime here. Oh, no. Someone texting in mass movement via trains. I already voted for it. I'm already on his side. Stop converting me. God damn it. Gray Duckling with $5 says, that's why you're friends with Johnny. Oh, for the gorilla cum. And by the way, if you're a steel toe hater and you tuned in today to see everybody just kind of whatever, I'm really sorry we're having fun at your expense. I really apologize, but honestly, you should be used to it by now. Bernie Sanders is finally giving his thoughts on the election. Oh my God, great. I didn't know what I was going to do today if I didn't have Bernie Sanders and his take on the election. Bernie Sanders has become another walking example of our need for term limits. Bernie is old as fuck. Bernie is socialist screeching about the same fucking shit all the goddamn time. Like, he's a broken record that hasn't stopped. Like, Bernie, they don't like you. I mean, like, the establishment. Like, it sucks. Like, this was your whole life. This is what you fought for the entire way. And it's like, it's over. The twilight's coming and it's done. But like, there's this need for term limits. But the problem is the people who have to vote on term limits are the people who would be voting themselves out of a job. But, you know, somebody pointed this out during our election night coverage. They're like, Aaron, I can't remember what state it was, West Virginia or whatever. They traded in a 55-year-old representative for like an 81-year-old representative. Like, as long as their name has the right letter next to it, we don't care that they're going to be, you know, they could be senile. They could be way too old to do the job, to handle the stress. Like, you watched Mitch McConnell this past couple of years, right? Where he's like literally freezing up and they need to reboot him. And they just keep him there. It's totally fine. These people can just, you know, they have 6-year terms. So they can be sitting there literally needing to reboot in front of you. There's nothing you can do unless they step down. Like, there should be nobody over the age of 70, in my opinion, in any seat. House, Senate, none. But I would argue that we have, over 70? I would say it's probably at least 25% of the Senate. What percentage of the Senate is over 70? Age of the members of Congress. Here you go. Congress average age is 58 years old. I want to see the Senate. Oh, yeah. Check that shit out. 30% is 70 to 79. I said a quarter. And about 5% is 80 plus. So about 35% of the Senate is over the age of 70. Yeah, term limits would be great. But here's the problem. If you say, oh, term limits end, you can't serve in the Senate after 70. Well, now 40% of the Senate is going to vote against you. And then there's another 35% of the Senate that's 60 to 69 years old. They're not going to vote themselves out of a job in the next election. So you're fucked. You know, you do the math. You know that the Senate is old as shit. And you got 35% chance of an old fuck turning down term limits. I'm sorry, I don't have my chainmail on me. But Big Papa Pump, I think, would be for term limits, but he would be the guy on Fox News with the screen behind him going, so you got 72% chance of losing on term limits. And like a lot of the 40 and 50-year-olds want to be in there forever. It's a fucking gravy gig. So yeah, I mean, term limits is a great idea, and I'm all for it, but try and get politicians to vote themselves out of a job, right? Let's say you're in the House of Representatives, and you're like a Republican, and you're in one of those districts that's like 71% red all the time. Why would you want to give that up? It's fucking easy. You barely have to raise money for the campaign. Johnny Payton, number 8 with 199, says you never discuss Ray DeVito because you respect and admire him. I mean, look, when you've got me, you've got me. You know? When you've got me dead to rights, you've got me dead to rights. I am a closeted Ray DeVito fan. And if you clip that and release that, I will sue you for defamation of character. There is no bigger Ray DeVito fan in this world than me. All right, guys, we're 180 away from tonight's goal. Thank you very much for your generosity. All right, Bernie Sanders, while old as fuck, and while he annoys the shit out of me, he did raise a good point, and we've been talking about this with Kamala Harris since Donald Trump agreed to go on Joe Rogan. I think her people having so little faith in her ability to just talk to people and her inability to just form a coherent thought and answer a question, it was so bad that they wouldn't let her go on Rogan. They were like, she'll do an hour and you have to come to us, because they want to be able to feed her, lines and feed her talking points and stuff. And Rogan's like, no. It's got to be a 3-hour conversation. That's how long my show is. And it's got to be in Austin. Like, I don't leave Austin to do my show. It would set a bad precedent. And they're like, well, then I guess we're not doing the Joe Rogan show. And then Rogan said, okay, we'll bring J.D. Vance on. So I think the Kamala Harris campaign fucked up big time by not going on Rogan. And like Trump was on the Nelk Boys and Aiden Ross and Bussin' with the Boys and all these other podcasts. Theo Vaughn. And Kamala Harris went on none of them. She went on the Howard Stern show, which would have been huge for her back in 2000. But she went on Howard, and it was a fucking kiss-up fest, and it was terrible. Well, Bernie Sanders is, in a way, taking Trump's side, shitting on Kamala Harris, saying that, look, he's giving the same criticism we are. He's saying not going on Joe Rogan was a big fucking mistake. Let's take a look at Bernie Sanders, see what he has to say, and see if he needed oxygen to deliver the message. You tell me as we watch this, and I'm probably going to agree with him here, but you tell me if this is a guy that should be one of 100 United States senators at 80-some years old.
One example, perhaps, of this kind of dynamic that we're hearing about. Joe Rogan, very popular podcaster, he endorsed Donald Trump in the final days of the election 4 years ago.
You know what's funny is Rogan endorsed Trump like the night before the election. Like he did it so he could be on record as saying I endorse Trump, but he also did it in a way where he's like, I don't want my fans, you know, some of my more liberal fans being like, you fucking campaigned for him and swung the election in his favor. He kind of thread the needle on that one.
So you went on his podcast. You got a lot of blowback for doing that and for touting
Lucky
that he
Bernie.
endorsed you. So is this the kind of example of Democrats perhaps shunning or vilifying people who don't totally agree with them?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Look, you can have an argument with Rogan, agree with him, disagree with him, but what's the problem going on in those shows?
Okay. I'm sorry, Bernie. On this one, I apologize. You're absolutely right. What's wrong with going on? I'll tell you what's wrong with going on those shows. They thought, let's call it what it is. They thought Kamala was too fucking retarded to do it. They thought she would embarrass herself. They thought she would look like shit. They didn't think dude, the woman who wanted to be the leader of the free world was afraid to have to talk to someone for 3 hours. Like, when you're in office, that shit's going to come up. And it's going to be with people like a lot more intelligent than Joe Rogan. No offense. Corn Diff with $1.99. Did you ever get pre on your leg during a game of Twister? Now, see that? No. Like, look, I've never tasted jizz. That's some crazy junkie talk. But like, now I can't even now there's some things I won't even be able to joke about because people will be like, oh, see. I'd love to have some fun with Corn Diff on that one. But I've already, now the whole audience believes that I've admitted to drinking horse scum today. So Corn Diff, I don't really know if defense is the wisest strategy here. Because it's going to end up with, Aaron's fucking, Aaron's eating Roseanne's pussy. Like somehow it's going to get there. And I haven't.
Hard for me,
although the story would be
to understand that. So I think we've got to get, and clearly you have an alternative media out there, a lot of podcasts that have millions and millions of viewers. Get on the show. Disagree with you here. I agree with you there. I don't see a problem in doing that. And you're right. I got vilified by some of the Democratic establishment because I went on Rogan's show. Now a lot of other people are doing just that.
Yeah, Bernie's a fucking trailblazer in that sense. I actually 1,000% agree with Bernie Sanders on this one. And also, even though he's like fucking 80, sounds a shitload of a lot sharper than Joe Biden. Like in many ways, he sounds a lot sharper than Kamala Harris at his age. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with him. You got to go on those shows. I think Trump set the precedent. And in a way, I think that Barron Trump deserves a lot of the credit for a lot of this Joe Rogan stuff. Because he's the one who scouted podcasts that he and his friends listened to and said, Dad, go on this one, go on this one, go on this one. I think it's revolutionized the way people are going to campaign in the future because you're going to need these people. Joe Rogan, remember for years, Joe Rogan did not want to interview presidential candidates because he said, I don't want to influence the election. I don't want that responsibility. And I think Rogan's just gotten so big now that he's like, look, I can't help it. I'm going to influence this election whether I want to or not. So I might as well just have these people on. And I Bernie saying he was the trailblazer who went on there first. He's not wrong. Trucker 18 Wheeler with 199 says the election was establishment versus non-establishment. Yes. And Aaron the Rat, thank you for the $5. Says truth teller Aaron. Yeah, I protected some really shitty people. You are absolutely right. And I'm really sorry that everything I've said after that has been 1,000% dead on and backed up by everyone else. And enjoy your nice heaping helping of cope. No, Corn Diff, it was none of it. It was none of the three, Corn Diff. I don't like either or questions that don't give me a chance to say no. Corn Diff, you son of a bitch, you. Thank you very much, buddy. 170 away from tonight's goal. No, Carlo, no, guys, when I make the example that I ate Roseanne's pussy, that was like a joke. That was to highlight the fact that I didn't. And if you say you didn't, it doesn't matter. Some people. Shit. Should have never done that. And yes, to some of you, I'm really sorry. I have a good sense of humor about this. I apologize. Now, the other stuff, like I said, I can't talk about that. That is, again, on advice of authority and counsel. I will not be addressing any of those things. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, here's the link somebody sent me. Okay, good. I didn't know about this. But apparently, yes. AOC warns the world is going to end in 12 years, reiterating claims of recent UN climate change report. Okay, so five years ago, she said 12 years. Okay, you're right. Then she thinks that the world is going to end in 7 years. Well, that takes a lot of pressure off. Why are we worrying about climate change then? Like, why are we upset about any of these things if we've only got 7 years left? Then we're going to be fine. I got another very funny text. You guys are fucking great. Anyway, if we've got 7 years left, we really don't need to be discussing climate change. Like, it's over already, right? Let's call it a day. Let's see what she had to say. I don't remember this clip from 5 years ago.
And
see, AOC is perfect for the Democratic Party because with AOC, you have someone who genuinely believes this shit. So, like, the Democratic Party can put out a bunch of horseshit, propaganda, whatever, and then AOC will go out there as, like, their earnest little soldier, and she'll be like, oh, my God, this stuff is really scary, you guys. It's super serious. And so she kind of plays the useful, village idiot. Uncle Lucky with 199 says, did you get some blowback, Aaron, or was it a one-way street? It was nothing, but thank you for the 199. You guys have been very funny today. I appreciate our fans' contributions and donations to this program. I've always said we have one of the funniest audiences out there. Thank you, Uncle Lucky.
I think that the part of it that is generational is that millennials and people and Gen Z and all these folks that come after us are looking up.
Am I wrong for thinking she's like Down syndrome Anne Hathaway hot? Like, there's something about AOC, like, people either go, yeah, she's cute, but I disagree with everything she says, or like, she's a fucking horse, she's ugly, she's gross. I've always found her attractive. I've always thought she was cute. Depending on which room you're in when you say that, people are like, oh, yeah, look, man, I voted for Trump, but like, I'd fuck her. Or you're just gonna, oh, man, you're gross, you're disgusting, she's a horse, I fucking hate her. Like, there's no... And I will say this, the hate of AOC gets really, really extreme. Like, to the point where you're like, guys, she just says shit you disagree with. And I feel the same way about how, like, the left treats Marjorie Taylor Greene and shit. It's like, guys, you don't like her. We got it. Take it easy.
And we're like, the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest issue is your biggest issue is how are we going to pay for it? And
yes. Because, okay, we're all going to be dead in 12 years if we don't fix this. Now, I understand if you honestly believe that, and she might, if you honestly believe that in 7 years the world's going to be gone, it would drive you crazy to be like, why do these people care how much it costs? We have to stop being dead in 12 years. Okay. That would be the same argument that say AOC, that say, why does it matter what your rights as a woman are? We want to protect killing a baby. Like, who cares if a woman doesn't have as many rights as she believes she should have? We don't want to see a baby killed because we believe you're killing a baby. Do you see where, like, a lot of people might be so hardcore in their stances on stuff, they don't really give a shit about the questions you raise? Can you maybe be a little more understanding then in that vein? But, like, how much does it cost? I mean, Do we have any proof that doing it's going to work, or are we just going to throw trillions of dollars into a black hole, which government is very, very good at, and get nothing out of it? And then we still die in 12 years. Which, again, the dying in 12 years thing. Come on.
And like, this is the war. This is our World War II.
Oh my God. It's not even our Grenada. And you do realize that there's nothing the United States of America can do about it. We don't even have 1/16 of the world's population. There's nothing we can do. You know, we all share the sky and we all share the globe and the world and everything else. Like, there's no like, hey, the United States sky is really, really clean and they're not going to have climate change in that part of the world now. That's not how it works. So there's like, we can't spend $2 trillion on something only to watch the rest of the world continue to, you know, like China and India, throw heaping amounts of pollution into the air while we bankrupt ourselves. In fact, I would argue that China's probably hoping we do that. Okay, I will give you this. She is dumb.
And I think for younger people, we're looking at this and we're like, how are we saying let's take it easy when 3,000 Americans died last year? How are we saying let's...
Americans die. That's what they do. Look, lady, I saw people golfing this weekend in Minnesota in November. That's why I'm not in a hurry to fix this damn thing, all right? And if you fuck up November golf for me, oh boy, I tell you what, I'm going to commit every resource I have to getting you out of there. That's right. I'm going to give your opponent $5.
Let's take it easy when the nth person has just...
N person? Oh my God, AOC. She's fucking off the rails.
Person has just died from our cruel and unjust criminal justice system. How are we saying take it easy?
But that's not climate
when
change.
The America that we're living in today is so dystopian, with people sleeping in their cars so that they can work a second job without health care, and we're told to settle down.
Sure would be nice if those housing prices could come down. There is one thing about liberals that I will say I agree with, and I wish they would push it more, but their corporate daddies won't let them. Oh, shit. I just took that. I wanted that super chat back. Johnny Payton. Fuck, it came off of my thing. Their idea of banning private equity firms from owning houses, I like. I like the idea of banning private equity firms from being able to buy up single-family homes, thus driving up the price and making it less affordable for working class people to buy houses. I think that would be a great idea. Unfortunately, there's really no party who's going to bring that up because their banking interest donors are not going to appreciate it. Johnny Payton, number 8, says with 199, says rank based on stand-up skill. Ray, Gino, Chrissy, or Chad Zumach. I've only seen one of them do stand-up. I'll say Gino, Chad, Chrissy, Ray. I've never seen Chrissy or Ray do stand-up. So I have to put Gino and Chad 1 and 2 because I've actually seen them. Chevy fan with $2. This is fucking disgusting. Chevy fan says, guys, lay off Aaron. It's not his fault he was minding his business eating chips and queso in the corner during movie night. Not his fault Nick has range. Oh, why? Citizen M says, but nuclear energies. Well, wait a minute. Isn't nuclear energy a good alternative? Isn't it? Like, if you want cleaner energy, isn't nuclear energy like the cleaner energy? Why are we poo-pooing that? That's another thing I don't get about the environmentalist crowd. The environmentalist crowd gets up there and they go, we need clean energy. Fossil fuels are bullshit. It's like, okay, what do you want? Windmills. Well, they don't work. They're an eyesore. They're fucking ugly. We're not doing it. They're crazy expensive. How about solar? Again, eyesore. You need a shitload of them. It's taking up valuable real estate. I don't know if that's the answer too. And then we go, well, how about nuclear? It's a really clean energy. You just got to, handle the spent fuel or recycle it or whatever. Just got to prevent a meltdown. And they're like, no, we can't do nuclear. It's like nuclear is cheap. It's effective. We've already got it. We could expand it. It doesn't take many plants to be able to power the entire country. No. You know, the ability to throw the tantrum, but then the inability to work with anybody to fix the problem in any way that could be good for regular people is why people call Democrats little children. Is because they give you this big problem, they're begging you for a solution to it, and then when you give them the solution, they go, no. And it's like, well, how about this one? No, we can't. Like, they have a problem with every solution there is. It's really hard to take them seriously because it seems like they just want to bitch about the thing rather than actually fix the thing. But alas, these next 4 years should be really, really interesting. No, I can't read that one. No, I can't read that one. Somebody too says, you know how much oil is needed for a windmill and what happens when you have to replace not recyclable blades? They get buried in North Dakota. Well, and then there's the birds, right? There's you got the birds are flying into the blades, and like there's some windmills where like right below them there's like a fucking mass grave of birds. That's an environmental problem. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, listen, you bigot, without the money from climate change regulations, where are we supposed to get the money for studies on underwater basket weaving? That's a good point. Or like trans turtles and shit. MGD, becoming a member for 2 months, says, why does Arkansas not have a football team? Well, I mean, not for nothing, but probably because Arkansas is like a super poor state and they probably can't support it more than anything. Let's go to Zen Man Builds. Says they are reopening 3 Mile Island. Project launch is 2028. Oh, I'm sure that won't drive some people insane. BYB Podcast with 199 says, hey, big gulp, do you spit or swallow? Neither. But I get it, dude. If I didn't like a show and somebody made that up about that show, I'd fucking take it and run with it. I understand. I get it. Like, don't think I begrudge you a bit for running with that. I understand. There's shit that I don't like. If someone came out and said Jared Goff did that, I'd be like, yep, that's who Jared Goff is from now on, forever and ever. Would it matter that that's ridiculous and he probably didn't do that? No. I don't care if it didn't happen. I like the story. So I understand it. I get it. And I don't begrudge any of you for it. If I'm supposed to begrudge you, I'm sorry. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says windmills in the oceans are killing whales. Is that real? Like they're hacking. Oh, yeah. Like, aren't they like, here, windmills killing whales. Offshore wind and whales. Fact-checking Donald Trump's claim that wind turbines kill whales. Whales are dying, but not from offshore wind? Okay. Here. Got a story for you. Unfounded claims about offshore wind threatening whales have surfaced as a flashpoint in the fight over the future of renewable energy. This is from December. In recent months, conservatives, including former President Trump, have claimed construction of offshore wind turbines is killing the giant animals. Scientists say there is no credible evidence linking offshore wind farms to whale deaths, but that hasn't stopped conservative groups and ad hoc, not in my backyard style anti-development groups from making the connection. Well, can we say this, though? That one of the reasons people might want to not have... let's say the whale thing isn't true. And from what I'm reading here, it isn't. I don't know enough to fucking go against them. But, like, there is a really good reason to not have windmills built where you live. They're fucking ugly. it's gross and you don't want them in your neighborhood. You don't want them in your backyard. What's wrong with that? Scientists say there is no credible evidence linking the offshore wind farms. The Associated Press sorts fact from fiction when it comes to whales and wind power as the rare North Atlantic right whales migration season gets underway. Experts say there's no evidence that limited wind farm construction on the Atlantic coast has directly resulted in any whale deaths. Are you guys like getting a weird vibe? Like they're splitting hairs here and like trying to find technicalities? Like instead of actually reporting to us like, no, these wind farms don't kill animals. They don't kill whales. Like they're trying to, the wording sounds weird. Rumors began to swirl after 2016 when an unusual number of whales started to be found dead or stranded on New England beaches, a trend that predates major offshore wind farm construction that began this year. With whale strandings along the Northeast earlier this year in places like New Jersey, the reality is that it's not from offshore wind, said Aaron Rice, a marine biologist at Cornell. In answering questions about the whale strandings, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reported that around 40% of recovered whale carcasses showed evidence of death from fishing gear entanglement or vessel strikes. The others could not be linked to a specific cause. All right. Well, I mean, they got, sounds like plausible deniability at the very least, right? So the whales, it looks like the whales aren't dying from the wind farms. There you go. Hey, you know what I call that? Another win for Citizen M. It's another win for Citizen M because it's one thing that doesn't go against the wind farms. And I'm guessing that M is a wind farm guy. Los Federales says, why in the fuck is Kansas pronounced as Kansas, but Arkansas is pronounced Arkansas? Shouldn't it be pronounced Arkansas? On another note, I've never seen a squirrel take a shit. Have you? Ladies and gentlemen, Los Federales is on drugs. See, now Bigot on socialist media says, yeah, but if they say something, I want to believe the opposite. I get it. Like, when you've been lied to enough, you kind of think everything's a lie. Believe me, like, I can't help it. Like, after COVID and finding out about Nixon and diving deeper into Kennedy and that all making sense, there's definitely a part of me whenever I hear a story by a mainstream news outlet, I just go, yeah, it's fucking horseshit. And someone goes, what are your sources? I'm like, my asshole. That's just like, I don't believe these people. I just don't believe them. I want to refill the water for our last hour and 15 minutes of the show. I would like to go ahead and refill this and pee real quick. What do you guys want to see while we do it? I would love to play you highlights from the Vikings game yesterday, but we would definitely get popped for that. But if we could have some non-copyright, like shit I'm not going to have to mute after the show's over. That would be nice. I think, no, I can't play that. Can't play that. No, I can't. Carlos Cameo, I cannot play anal sex on the show. Rumble Friday. Dead Game says physics says different. They're lying through their teeth on the wind farm stuff. All right. Well, some people still think that. Some people think that the windmills are still murdering the fucking whales. I can't help you. All right, let's go ahead. Let's just play the entrance music, and I will be right back in a couple of minutes after I should have grabbed one of the big Yetis today. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Take it easy, guys. I'll see you in a couple. I think we're like 160 away from tonight's goal. Thank you. Oh, shit, I muted myself. There we go. I decided I can hold it for an hour and 15 minutes. I just went and refilled the water. You know, I'm terrible at promotion, too. I should have the logo facing out. Isn't that what all the good sellouts do? Got their logo facing out? All right, guys, we got plenty of show left to go for you. We have... Elzabelza says, show some paint drying. Bigot on Socialist Media says, sometimes Rumble chat struggles to load. You know, I've been having some issues with the YouTube chat ever since we started with that Stream Ninja thing. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's just a coincidence or if there's an issue with the YouTube. But I have to reboot it like 3 or 4 times throughout the show. Matter of fact, I just did right there. I had to reboot it again. What do you know? About 1,000 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Thank you very much via YouTube and Rumble. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. And your contributions, of course, are very much welcome. We got, 165 away from tonight's goal. Not today's goal. Tonight's goal. Oh, we got to get to this. Somebody sent that to us. 165 away from tonight. Thank you very much. God damn. I just had a thought while I was walking upstairs and getting my water. I didn't ask for my next 2 days to be filled with fucking meetings and talking and shit like that. Like, that kind of got dropped into my lap more than anything else. But I guess you got to do what you got to do. And again, if you're here for any of that stuff, I have to tell you, we've been joking about the retard twins putting their fucking heads together and going, well, let's say he drank cum. It's like, are you fucking gay? Really? And so we've been having some fun with that one today, but everything else, I'm sorry, I really can't talk about it. There's just shit going on right now that I'd like to, take. I'd like other people are taking care of it right now. And I'm tongue-tied. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and check this out. Joe Biden struggling to walk on the sand at a beach house. You know what? This might be one of those few times where I actually kind of defend Joe Biden. It's not like sand is not the easiest surface to walk on. And sometimes you roll an ankle. Sometimes you stumble a little bit. You look like a dipshit. Now, if he completely stalls out in the sand and he just basically, he freezes like this. He's like, Jill, you got to pick me up. I'm stuck. Like if he gets stuck in the sand, like a shitty car, that's one thing. But if he's having a little trouble and he's stumbling a little bit, he's 80 fucking years old. 82 at this point, isn't he? Let him be like there's some shit, he's done in like 70 days. So like we've gotten through the worst of it. Knock wood. So like, am I the only one who thinks we can kind of give Joe Biden a break now? Like he's 82 fucking years old. He's got 70 days left. Whatever damage he's done, I feel like he's done in the last 4 years. Yeah, when he's president and he's like falling asleep and shit, or he can't remember people's names, that's embarrassing. That's awful. But also, you got to let him do old man shit, like struggle to walk or stumble around or, have a hard time with sand. That's allowed when you're 82. If he starts calling Putin Mr. Churchill, then we've got a fucking problem. That's not bad.
He's playing.
He's playing?
Yeah. He's playing.
That's not. I don't really see that being a horrible thing. And again, 82 years old, almost out of the White House. Look, the guy we wanted in got in. I think we can show a little bit of grace, right? Who am I talking to? Never mind.
Trying too hard. Huh. He's playing.
Don't you love how his staff has to like cover for him? Like, no, he's playing. Like his staff has to be right around the media cameras like he's a Soviet dictator. They're just like, no, he's playing. He's playing. That's not him. He's certainly not struggling in the sand. He's playing. This doesn't look bad at all.
Mr. President!
Mr. President!
President, just a word.
Now, the fact that he can't close his mouth when he's breathing, that bothers me more than his footwork in the sand.
President, what are you going to say to Trump on Wednesday?
Yeah, see, that wasn't... You fuck up a little bit in heavy, puffy sand. That's normal. I think we're reading too much into that one. Chevy fan with $2 says, if this is a lie made up by a crackhead, then do the last minute of the show with lotion on your lips. Wait, what? Why? Sam Show says, why do they even need to do this? It's over. They don't have to pretend anymore. Right? Like, you don't have to take him for photo ops and shit. He doesn't have to go do things anymore. Just let him go. Honestly, you can probably take him home to Delaware for these last 70 days. You know the people who are saying, oh, he should drop out so Kamala can be the first female president? Don't do that. But, like, put her in charge of everything but name only. And let him go home. He doesn't have to show his face. You don't have to humiliate him anymore. Like, Jill and Hunter don't need to humiliate their husband and father just so they can squeeze a few extra $1 million out of the Ukraine. We can call it. It can be done now. It's over. Son of Lars says Jill should bury him in the sand and keep on burying him. Again, guys, let me ask you, at what point are we running up the score? At what point are we rubbing it in just a little bit? Why do they even do this? Yeah. I love Bapa Shab's line. They call him Lawrence of Aphasia. That, guys, underrated fucking comment right there. If you didn't laugh at Lawrence of Aphasia, then that's on you, because that's a good line from old Bapa Shab. Oh, Dead Game roasted me. He goes, that was Delaware. Oh, yeah, well, I'm a fucking retard then. Well, then take him to Delaware and lock him in a house. Don't keep letting him walk around where people can take pictures and go, oh, look at our little retard president. Isn't he precious? It's not necessary. All of America's excited for the future. Either they're crazy blue-haired ladies who are making a whole bunch of poison to kill us, or they're dudes who are really excited about Trump being president. Either way, the whole country's worked up. The whole country's excited. Let us stay in this upward vibe. Don't show us an old man struggling to walk in the sand like a turtle trying to roll over back onto his stomach. That's just going to bum us out. Either show us clips of Kamala Harris being sad or Donald Trump being happy. Don't show us clips of Joe Biden trying to make a fucking sand angel, for Christ's sake. All right, we got, let's go ahead and check out a news story that's not Trump or politics. Oh, first couple of things. Awesome that the Vikings won yesterday. I know some people are talking about, oh, fucking Darnold, he's becoming Sam Darnold again. He threw 3 really ugly passes. He threw 3 really ugly interceptions. But I'm not ready to say that Sam Darnold's done. Here's how I look at it. We got a 12-7 win on the road. Was the team we played shitty? Yeah. They had more interceptions yesterday than they've had all year. So did we suck? Did we play like shit? No. The defense was incredible, and the offense was great, except for Darnold's 3 picks. We won 12-7. We got the W. We went to 7-2, and now we can move on to next week. That's how I look at it. I don't really need it to be anything more than that. In the NFL, they don't count like how good you looked or anything. They count wins and they count losses. So 7-2, there we are. Speaking of world leaders, speaking of presidents, SP and I watched a movie over the weekend. And we watched the I don't even know if you've heard of it. I didn't know it existed. The Dennis Quaid, Ronald Reagan movie. It's actually how can I put it? If you're looking for a movie that's just like almost a straight up documentary with actors, it's good. Like if you like a dry historical movie, look, there's not a lot of excitement. It's not a thrill-a-minute kind of a movie, but it is a really fun look at the career of Ronald Reagan as told through the narration of a KGB spy. John Voight plays this Russian spy he's an old spy because he's John Voight, who had been tasked by the KGB with following Ronald Reagan since he was an actor, all the way up through his presidency. Then this young spy comes over to John Voight's house and he tells him the whole story about Reagan. And Dennis Quaid plays Ronald Reagan, and he did a really good job. But it's not a movie that you're going to get excited about. Like, we watched it at night, and I think we both fell asleep during the Reagan movie. The next day, we stayed up, we watched the rest of it. It wasn't bad. And the ending is really, really sad. It's really kind of a bit of a tearjerker at the end. But go check it out. You get to relive some of those kind of badass moments from Reagan's presidency. Like, that tear down the wall speech is still, I guess maybe I'm a mark, but that tear down this wall speech is still awesome. There's that. There's the assassination attempt, all of that. Yeah, this clip is still, to me, it's top 3 presidential speech moments. Like, there's this. I think Bush on the rubble on 9/11 was another one of the 3 greatest presidential moments of all time. Outside of that, for me, I would go Beware the Military-Industrial Complex would be the 3 biggest ones. But, yeah, they really highlight how big of a moment in the Cold War this was.
There's a wall that encircles the free sectors of this city, part of a vast system of barriers that divides the entire continent of Europe.
Bro, it was so funny when we were watching this movie. Like, I had to pause it to look up stats because SP is like, oh, fucking who cares about the Berlin Wall? I'm like, what? She's like, why didn't they just drive around? I'm like, well, you see, the Eastern Berliners couldn't come over to the Western side because the Soviets wanted to keep them back. All of the Eastern Berliners wanted to go to West Berlin so that they could have Western freedoms and rock and roll and capitalism and all this stuff. And the Russians kept them behind this wall with machine guns and barbed wire. And she's like, well, why didn't they just drive around it then? I'm like, what? She's like, if it's just in Berlin, drive around Berlin. And like, it's one of those things where like, I didn't have an answer. Like, I know there's an answer, but I don't have it. She's like, I said, well, it was a really long wall. She, how long? I said, it's 94 miles long. And she goes, that's 47 miles in either direction. She's like, you're never more than 47 miles. She's like, that's a 1-hour drive. She goes, you're never more than a 1-hour drive away from the edge of the wall on one side or the other. She's like, who gives a fuck about the Berlin Wall? And it was one of those things where I'm just like, I'm enjoying this rant. It's very good. I'm also not smart enough to know what the exact answer is to what she's saying, but I know there's an answer. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
Secretary Gorbachev.
Wouldn't it be funny if, like, watching this show for some reason is someone who 35 years ago helped tear down the Berlin Wall, and like they're in their 50s now, they're watching this show, and they're sitting there like, for some reason, SP just stumbled upon something accidentally brilliant, and they're all like, fuck, why didn't we just go around? Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Like, SP could be my little Forrest Gump just running around history changing shit, like accidentally. Like a bunch of Eastern Berliners are like, I want to go, they wouldn't be Russian. I want to go to the other side to get to Western Berlin, but I can't because it's this Berlin Wall. And SP just comes up to him like, you know, if you drive about 50 miles that way, you can just go around the wall. Ah, danke, young lady. Look, I imagine that whatever cities after Berlin probably has some kind of barrier keeping them out from go. Well, no, it would be the Berlin Wall because okay, now I have the answer to what SP said. So Berlin, Jules, back to me. Thank you. Berlin was deep inside of Soviet territory. So once you get out of Berlin, there's no crossing into the western part anymore because you're surrounded now by communism. Because Berlin is deep inside of East Germany. So there was East Berlin and West Berlin, and that was like a little pocket of capitalism inside the eastern part of Germany. So I think that's why you couldn't go around. Fuck. Should have told her that. I would have looked so smart.
If you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate.
Open.
Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
Oh, shit. Here it comes. The end of the Cold War.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Oh, fuck you. Why couldn't you get Reagan on there when he was talking? We got to get a clip of Reagan actually saying the damn
General
thing.
Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek gate.
There, we got to open this gate. All right.
Mr. Gorbachev. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
And then Gorbachev is sitting back in the Soviet Union. He's going, you motherfucker. You piece of shit. You're not supposed to fucking say that. Thank you, Forever, for the $2 I can't. There are certain people I cannot mention at the moment. I'm sorry. It's out of my hands. There's nothing I can do. But thank you very much for the $2. Gray Duckling with $2 says, of course Lincoln isn't on your list. No, wait a minute. Lincoln didn't have like a recorded speech, though. Like, I was talking about recorded moments. I'm not saying, no. You can't frame this as Aaron was okay with slavery. That's not what... God damn it. Chevy fan with $2 says, Tim Walz and Aaron Imholt walk into a barn. Oh, well, you get the rest. Sam Show says, Lincoln was a piece of shit. I like hot takes like that. I like hot takes that don't have like it's just there's no like stats or data behind it. It's just like here's my hot take. Lincoln was a piece of shit. You know, a lot of people don't like Lincoln because he declared martial law. He expanded the office of the presidency. He kind of killed the notion, and I guess the Civil War did this too. Lincoln kind of took away the identity of America as a collection of states and kind of centralized everything and made it one country, and a lot of people don't like that. They don't. NF Cap says it was a fucking circle, Aaron. There was no end of the Berlin Wall. Oh, well, there. I can tell SP that. She wanted to know why. She wanted to know why the fucking the Berlin Wall, why you couldn't just go around it, and now we're finding out that it's a circle. Sorry. Now I feel like an absolute retard. Cheeseburger Spy with $5 says, I don't know if it's steel-toe derangement syndrome, STDS, more like Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome. AIDS. That's true. I think a lot of the haters of this show have a bad case of AIDS. I think that's what we got to go with from now on. Look, if you do crazy fucking weird shit that puts you in a lot of trouble just because you hate Aaron, then yeah, I think that you got AIDS. That's what we have to go with from now on. If you're willing to believe crazy shit that's not true because, and your only reason or evidence is, well, I just hate Aaron a bunch, then yeah, you've got AIDS. You've got AIDS. Sorry to tell you. Dustin said with 199 says SP means stupid person. Oh, now you're not even trying. Now you're not even trying. Nomo says, hey, that AIDS was my bit. Uh-oh. Do we have a bit stealer? We have a bit cheeseburger spy. You're being called out on the carpet for stealing jokes. Nomo is saying, I said that on Friday. Uh-oh. Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome, otherwise known as the dreaded AIDS. Fauci's Pangolin says, follow the science, Aaron. It's monkeypox. Well, it's kind of a different acronym. It's going to be a little more, it's clunkier. That's all. Sam Show says, Reagan gave 3 million illegals amnesty and shit all over the Second Amendment, but at least there was a speech. Nomo says they're willing to fight for this one. That was their joke. Yeah, Das Optic Nerve says a lot of people have full-blown AIDS. Elza Belza says, I've been saying Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome for 6 months. Uh-oh. Now, you know what? I think we just have to concede today that Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome or AIDS is a community joke. Everybody has claim and nobody has claim. I feel like a parent who has to just tell the kids they have to share their toys. But yes, I do think that there are a lot of people out there who believe crazy horse shit because they have AIDS. They have Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome. And we've always had a very good sense of humor about it. Yeah, people were asking me about that guy who murdered his family in Minnesota over Trump. Man murders family over Trump. Man who used to share anti-Trump posts. Is this the Minnesota guy? Here we go. So they love connecting shit to Trump, don't they? Even if it doesn't make any fucking sense. Cheeseburger Spy says, I'm an OG. I was here when they went with steel toe derangement syndrome. Thank you for the $2, sir. We are now at 150 away from tonight. Guys, if you want to, if you guys knock out tonight's goal before the end of today's overtime, we'll go till 11 today. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and Venmo. Thank you guys for being so generous to this show. Let's do the, I would like to get a video version of this story. There's gotta be, right? How would this not be reported on like all the main Minnesota news sources? Are you fucking kidding me? Really? All right, here we go. A 46-year-old man killed his wife, former partner, and his 2 sons before shooting himself in Minnesota, authorities said. So wait a minute. You've got a wife and your former partner are in the same place? That's a lot of people saw this story and they were like, I mean, I can't really say what they were saying specifically, but let's just say some people were saying they wanted to do a wellness check. A 46-year-old man killed his wife, former partner, and his 2 sons before shooting himself in Minnesota. The man, identified as Anthony Nephew, would often write social media posts against U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. He even faced a pattern of mental health issues. You don't say. So this is another one of those, like a guy who was kind of known. There were a lot of red flags and all that. Yeah, it always ends up that way. The 5 people, Nephew, his wife, ex-partner, and his 2 sons, were found dead inside 2 houses on Thursday. While Nephew's ex-partner, Aaron Abramson, and their son, Jacob Nephew, were found dead from alleged gunshot wounds inside their home, authorities recovered bodies of his wife, Catherine, and their 7-year-old son, Oliver, inside their family home nearby. After identifying Nephew as a suspect, they also saw his body inside the home from a self-inflicted wound. Nephew was sharing anti-Trump posts on his Facebook account. I love how they keep repeating that part like it has anything to do with the fact that he murdered his family. They keep saying like, oh, he was sharing anti-Trump stuff. So what? Now we're going to say that like Donald Trump causes mental illness and causes people to murder their families? Is that the angle you're kind of driving at? Because if so, I'm not sure that's the strongest approach. I have a feeling that this guy might have been a little fucking cuckoo before Donald Trump came along. Don't get me wrong, Donald Trump he's kind of like me. He's really good at drawing the crazies out. He's really good at riling up the crazies and getting them all worked up. But that doesn't mean he's responsible for them. And in this case, I don't think Donald Trump drove this man to, all right, look, I need you to murder your family. It's the only way we're going to get the illegals out is to kill. You need to kill your entire family. Both families, really. Cheeseburger Spy with $2 says, geez, was this in? No, it was not. It was in the Duluth area, I believe. Thank you, Cheeseburger Spy. After identifying nephew as a suspect, they also saw his body inside the home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. My mental health and the world can no longer peacefully coexist. And a lot of the reason is religion, he wrote in a July post. Oh, wow. So he was checking out for a while. Yeah, I would have given this guy a lot of space. A lot of space. Mental health and the world can no longer peacefully coexist. Okay, great. Look, why do these fucking nut jobs have to do this thing where my mental health and this world cannot coexist? Well, that's fine. Then take yourself down. Like, don't go, this attitude of everyone else has to come with me. Do you have any idea how remarkably fine they're going to be if you're gone? Like, truly how good they're going to be if you're not around anymore. Leave them alone. In a separate post, he wrote that he's, quote, terrified of religious zealots inflicting their misguided beliefs on him and his family. I have intrusive thoughts of being burned at the stake as a witch or crucified on a burning cross, he added. Anybody want to raid his drug stash? Jesus. In a separate post, nephew even accused the Republicans of, quote, making it harder for women to leave abusive relationships. Well, don't worry about it. Didn't you hear they're all going to start poisoning us soon? So when they start poisoning all the guys, you can rejoice. Well, not anymore. Gilead, here we come, he said. God, everybody fucking referencing The Handmaid's Tale. Every time Trump won a state on Tuesday night, is this going to be like Gilead? Yeah, because if there's one thing Trump spent his whole life, it's a really morally upstanding husband and citizen. Come on, guys. Pull your heads out of your asses for 5 seconds and stop hyperventilating. Now, another post by nephew features an image of Trump with former President Barack Obama, President Joe Biden, and Vice President Harris. While the word hate was written beneath Trump face, words like hope, heal, and grow were mentioned under the Democratic politicians. Can't imagine what way this guy would have voted. What day was everyone found? Thursday? Snuck a vote in, Trump wins, murder your family? Is that how it works? Not that anyone cares, but as an independent voter, I would like to see both the political parties in our country pick better candidates, he wrote. Hot take. Hot take. The Duluth police are yet to determine the motive behind the murders. Nothing there was noting that there was no ongoing threats to the community. Well, I mean, I don't know what the motive is, but you had here in this guy a fucking ticking time bomb. I mean, snapping. Whatever caused him to snap was going to be probably incidental anyway. He was so fucked up. Yeah, Nana's Clams writes, women can't leave their crazy abusive husband. Shoots wife. I mean, it does seem a little iffy. I mean, your logic doesn't really pan out there. Too bad he wasn't a woman. He could have gotten a job on The View, says Fauci's Pangolin. Oh, for sure. That guy would have been perfect. He could have sat right next to Whoopi. I mean, they just have to frisk him before he comes in every day. I mean, you can't have a guy like that just walking around willy-nilly. You never know. But, yeah, I don't think his wife's going to be able to get out of any kind of abusive relationship, due to the whole being murdered thing. Here's another one. In Pennsylvania. Boy, what is it? Maybe Trump is causing people to kill their girlfriends. I don't know. A man allegedly stabbed his girlfriend to death after a fight about her new haircut, which he did not like. People fight over the craziest shit when they're not right for each other. I mean, if you're fighting about a new haircut and you end up stabbing the bitch to death. I mean, I'm going to guess there were underlying issues beforehand. But I'm not trying to blame the victim here. I'm not trying to say the woman's at fault for getting stabbed to death. But you do have to give, he insulted your hairdo. You probably just went and got it done. He didn't like it. That sucks. But at least as a man, he noticed that you'd done something with your hair. So I don't know if you should have been so hard on him. Not that she can hear me anymore. When 50-year-old Carmen Martinez Silva returned home with a new hairdo on the night of November 2nd, her 49-year-old boyfriend, Benjamin Garcia Gual, was allegedly extremely unhappy. In a criminal complaint obtained by Law and Crime, Carmen's daughter, Yamaris Knight, explained the situation, saying, quote, Yamaris stated that Carmen cut her hair, which angered Benjamin. Carmen relayed to Yamaris that Benjamin told her he was going to stab her over the haircut. So he kind of telegraphed the whole thing in advance. Jesus. The argument allegedly scared Carmen enough that she decided to stay with Yamaris for the night. Good call. The next morning, Carmen went to her brother's house to ask him if he would meet Benjamin to tell him that the relationship was over and that he needed to take his things out of their shared mobile home. Well, all right, mobile home, new hairdo, hillbilly fight over hairdo. It's making sense now. Later in the morning, Benjamin arrived at the mobile home and met Carmen's brother, who lied to Benjamin and told him that Carmen was not in the home. Although court documents note that Benjamin initially left the property after the interaction, he allegedly returned soon after. Why not just keep her out of the fucking home when he's going to be there? Why even have her there? Lewis came to the front door, at which time Benjamin started stabbing Lewis, according to the complaint. Gual was using a kitchen knife, according to the complaint. Carmen allegedly attempted to stop Benjamin by pulling him off of Lewis, at which point he stabbed Carmen multiple times throughout the body. God, if only you would have stayed home and not gotten the haircut that day, you could have saved a couple of bucks too. Carmen died from her injuries, and Luis was left with serious injuries to his head, chest, abdomen, and arm. Not that a stabbing between lovers at a trailer park is anything new. This did seem to get away from both of them. The fight over the haircut seems like it spilled out unnecessarily. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says the poison will only affect Harris voters. Yeah, right? Of course. Don't be so judgmental, Aaron. Did you see the haircut? No, you know what? I didn't see the haircut. So I guess you're right. I guess I can't judge the guy. Fair point. Hey, by the way, I do want to know if any of you who have had your mod badge taken away, and you've gotten it back after Thursday, let me know if it stayed there, because I think we might have solved that issue. And I appreciate that. And we've taken note of it. Believe you me. Oregon paramedics ran over a 71-year-old who was out for a bike ride this weekend. And he was hit by the ambulance itself. The ambulance driver said that he turned right and he heard a thump. He and his coworker got out to see what they had hit, and the pair of medics found William Hesh. They found William Hesh's bike under their tire and Hesh in bad shape on the pavement. So there's an ambulance. It had just run this guy over. So they got to take, right? I mean, if you're going to get run over by something, how about an ambulance? I mean, your help is close. According to police reports, the driver who struck Hesh and a passenger in the ambulance estimated the ambulance was going between 2 and 10 miles per hour when they heard a thump, stopped, and saw Hesh injured. Hesh estimated to police that he was going 5 to 10 miles per hour and said he didn't think the ambulance was going to turn in front of him. His bicycle was crushed under the ambulance wheel. This is him. So they took him to the hospital. They got him all fixed up. You know, he wasn't in the best shape, as you can see. 71 years old, you bruise like a pear at that point. When his fractured nose, lacerations, and injuries were treated, Hesh found himself looking at a ton of medical bills. Included in those numbers was a bill for $1,862 for an ambulance ride. The fucking ambulance that hit him charged him for the ride to the hospital. How do you not make that one gratis and avoid an easy fucking lawsuit? God damn, that retardation is going to cost them a lot more money. Needless to say, Hesh is suing the company. His lawyer says the ambulance bill is among about 47 grand in medical expenses that Hesh has racked up so far, and another 50 grand of medical costs he expects in the future. The lawsuit is seeking $900,000 because he suffered decreased range of motion, reduced grip, strength, and other issues. Well, I mean, he's 71, so look, we're kind of reaching. I mean, is a 71-year-old's grip strength worth 900 grand? I tell you this, I bet you the ambulance company or whoever runs that, I bet you they're going to cough up a cool $500,000. Got 50. He's probably going to have about $100,000 in medical expenses. Okay, let's say he's going to have 100 grand in medical expenses. Give him 500 grand. He clears 400. That would make me happy. That would, you know what? I'd be cool with $400,000 left over for you hitting me with your ambulance. But it's the mental retardation of trying to charge him for the ambulance ride when you ran him over. Like, to me, that's the part that got them sued. Maybe they still would have gotten sued anyway. Maybe the guy's litigious. But when you open up your hospital bill and you see $1,800 for the ambulance ride from the ambulance that hit you, you're getting fucking sued. That's just going to piss the guy off. Although Lander says, fucking cyclist, he's the scourge of society. A lot of people don't like bicyclists. They think they own the road. They get a little greedy with the space. They hold everything up. I get it, but I don't think they hit them intentionally. Let's see what we've got here. Sounds like he hit the ambulance. Sirens on means stop. Oh, you're thinking he got in the way of the ambulance and they bumped him. I don't know. Nana's Clam says cyclists are an obnoxious plague. I don't know. Are they an obnoxious plague? It depends on where you live. I think if you live in like a more urban area, they can be really fucking annoying because it's a more common thing. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with them. When they take up the right side of the road and they're just holding everybody up and they, you know, it's kind of like when a little dog goes to run with horses and he thinks he's a horse. It's kind of obnoxious when cyclists do that, but they've never really been a huge pain in my ass. I think it depends on where you live. Well, guys, I've got some terrible news. I'm afraid I've got some more bad news for you. Ever since Donald Trump was elected president, apparently Google searches for moving to Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand, of all the places you could go. You take that long flight to the down under? Okay. After Trump's victory, Google searches for moving to Canada, Austria, and New Zealand hit all-time highs. Here's what happens. These fucking people who hate Trump, they go, I'm moving to Canada. And then they start looking into other countries and what they have and what they don't have. And then those people go, shit. I guess I've got to admit that it's better here with Trump than there without Trump. I mean, it's just stop talking shit. Stop telling people if Trump wins, I'm moving to Canada. Celebrities too. Celebrities do this all the time. If Trump wins, I'm going to move to Canada. There has to be a put up or shut up rule at some point because all of you say it. All of you think you're going to do it. And all of you say it like you think that we're going to hear you threaten to move to Canada, and like that won't make us vote for Trump harder. You know, Meryl Streep thinks she's going to go, you know, if Trump wins, I'm going to move to Canada. We just go, she thinks we're going to go, oh no, we can't lose Meryl Streep. We have to vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't realize what we were doing to the future of this country, the backbone of this economy. You know, instead what they do is they go, if you vote for Trump, I'm going to move to Canada. And we're like, can I vote early? Like, can I vote? Can I vote more than once? Is that allowed? Because she says she's going to go to Canada. And I got to tell you, it's be more peaceful if she wasn't here. Now, an election exit poll began to point to a second trend or a second presidency for Donald Trump. Many Americans were already looking for another kind of exit, moving abroad. And honestly, what percentage of those people do you think actually made plans to move? A lot of them were just throwing their little temper tantrum. And as they threw their little temper tantrum, they had to have something, they had to look something up. Google searches for move to Canada surged 1,270% in the 24 hours after U.S. East Coast polls closed on Tuesday. Similar searches about moving to New Zealand climbed nearly 2,000%, while those for Australia jumped 820%. Again, I don't really understand the moving to Australia or New Zealand thing. It's just so isolated and far away. Late Wednesday evening on the U.S. East Coast, Google searches about emigrating were hitting all-time highs for all three counties. The search giant does not provide absolute figures, but data from the Immigration from New Zealand website showed the site logged 25,000 new American users on November 7th, compared to 1,500 the same day last year. I didn't realize we had 1,500 people going to the fucking Visit New Zealand website. Well, shit, they want to move, guys. They don't want to be here anymore. I mean, are you worried about the brain drain that's going to occur if we lose all the Trump haters from our economy? I mean, my God, whatever will we do? Nomo says, don't they pay like 60% taxes in Canada? Well, see, now that's the problem. The problem with it is you hate Trump, you think he's terrible, you think he's awful, and you're going to leave, and you're going to leave. Then you look up what leaving entails, and they go, fuck, I don't want to. So it really just becomes this temper tantrum, and then the temper tantrum wears off, and you go on life as usual. That's it. They'll just go back to normal. They'll sit there and bluster. They'll bitch. They'll complain. They'll whine. And this goes from like millionaire to poor person. They'll all bitch. They'll all whine. They'll all complain that they're going to move to Canada. And when it comes time to nut up or shut up, they're like, ugh, I feel like I got that out of my system. All right, let's try to get through these next 4 years. Sam Show says they never leave and it's irritating as hell. They never go. Yeah, it's just a little tantrum. They just need to get it all out, you know. Rusty Grammer says liberals all want socialism until they see what an actual socialist country looks like, and then they don't leave. Weird. Kind of, yeah. And like, no offense, what are you going to do all day in fucking Canada? Mr. Beat says, I totally understand New Zealand. Only U.S. and New Zealand allow pharmaceutical drug commercials, and liberals love that shit. Well, yeah, how are you supposed to know which mental health medication that you're supposed to take? How about this? I didn't know this until Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talked about it. Do you know that like Fruit Loops in America has 13 ingredients and in the rest of the world it has 2? I had no idea. I didn't know that we just like there were different Fruit Loops. And it definitely doesn't look good for us. It really makes us look like we're like really when you listen to RFK Jr. and he talks about like our health and everything, it really does sound like we're being poisoned. I don't mean like poisoned like, oh, they just ended up putting bad shit in our food. I mean like poisoned, like intentionally poisoned is the way it reads when RFK tells you. All right, guys, we got a lot of stuff coming up today. We got Gronk jumping out of a helicopter. We got a bunch of news to get to. I thought I was going to be able to make it without going to the bathroom that last time. I can't. I'm going to go one more time. I'm pounding a lot of water. What can I tell you? I'll be back in just a moment. We'll have more Steel Toe for you. Thank you very much for joining us. We're 150 away from tonight. If you want to chip in with a couple of bucks, we appreciate it. If not, we love you just being here, man. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. We appreciate it, guys. You're the absolute best. More in a moment. All right. Back again. Here we go. It's overtime time here on the wonderful Steel Toe Show. Thank you very much to Anders with $2. He says, Aaron, the only reason Fruit Loops have more ingredients here is because we actually have stricter laws than other countries. In reality, it's all the same shit. Oh, I have no reason not to believe the guy. I feel like RFK Jr. is going to teach me a lot about the blind spots I have in our food service and whatnot. I don't, like a lot of people talk about like, oh, a lot of American food is poison. That's why we're so sick and shit. I don't really know the specifics. I'm embarrassed to say. But RFK Jr. is going to lay it all out for me. He's also claiming he's going to ban pharmaceutical ads on television and the internet. That might be fun. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says that David Pakman guy says he doesn't want a tax cut. And my question is, what Jew says that? I don't know. I don't, regardless of what you think, I don't study Jewish tax cut positions very often. I did say, guys, that if you tried to get me to talk about things that I can't talk about for a little while here, that I got to cut you loose. And I'm sorry to Arnold McDonald, but he just wouldn't fucking stop. He couldn't help himself. I didn't want to. I gave him a lot of leeway, but sorry, bud. I had to cut you loose. You were being a little fucking crazy, if I could be honest with you. Rob, did you watch the pregame show? I just caught this when I was walking into my buddy's house to watch the Vikings game yesterday. We had two TVs going. He's a Bucs fan. I'm a Vikings fan. So we had both games going. And, the Bucs, man, they got a lot of injuries. They're really busted up over there. They played the 49ers pretty close. And, to be honest with you, I think the 49ers are starting to hit their stride. And I think now that they've got McCaffrey back, I think the 49ers are going to be dangerous. But how about the Cardinals being in first place in the NFC West? Did not have that this year. Kyler Murray, look, they're only 5-4, but it's first place is first place. And Kyler Murray and the Cardinals are in first by half a game over the 49ers. Gronk jumped out of a helicopter yesterday. I tell you, you can get that little retard to do anything. I love Gronk. I think he's great. I think he's America's most lovable, mentally challenged kid. And they just, boy, on that pregame show, they just get him to do whatever. He's kind of like, Gronk is kind of the stunt boy of the football pregame show on Fox. This is Gronk yesterday. Jumping out of a helicopter.
Going first. The second person you see is Gronk. Here we go.
That's about 20, 25 feet, right? Higher than I would like to be.
That's the Navy person.
All right, Gronk, you got it. Yeah.
And there's Gronk.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Gronk.
Yeah, fucking Gronk jumping. Like, my first question I have, right away is, why? That's my first question I have regarding Gronk jumping out of the helicopter is definitely, why? Did we all have to do that? Why was that necessary? But ooh, that's interesting too. All right. I don't know why we had to have Gronk jump out of a helicopter. I know they were doing a Veterans Day thing or whatever. They were like, oh, it was it was to have Gronk honor the veterans. It's no, I think there was just a bet amongst the staff. And the bet amongst the staff was, do you think we can get this dipshit to agree to jump out of a helicopter into the water? And they were like, well, what are we doing it for? shits and giggles. The point is, I just bet somebody on the staff $100 we'd get Gronk to jump out of a helicopter for no fucking reason. And he won't even ask why. And that's probably exactly what happened. They probably went, Gronk. He went, huh? He looked up from a little bowl of cereal he was eating. And they go, Gronk, you want to jump out of a helicopter? He's like, every fucking day of my life. Like, all right, you got it. And they're like, hey, Gronk, do you want to ask them why? He's like, fuck no, I just want to jump out of the helicopter. They had to stop him from trying to lick the blade, though, especially when it was moving. He was convinced that they had just whisked brownies with it. And once Gronk puts his mind to something, you can't get him to forget it. Uh-oh. Do we have Prince Harry and Miss Meghan commenting on Trump winning the election? Oh, boy. This guy's parody of how white liberals treat minorities is 100. Oh, God, I got to watch that, right? Oh, here's the, we do have the audio of the guy saying that, or the video of the guy saying that that Biden should step down so Kamala can be the first female president. What a fucking cheap way to become president. Or like a cheap way to be the first female, like the first female who actually gets elected president. If they actually do this and Biden steps down so Harris can just say, I'm the first female president, that is such a cheap shot, low blow, sack of shit move to the first woman who's actually going to get elected president in 2134. By the way, somebody looked that up. I just pulled a number out of my ass. I don't know if we're having an election that year. 2134. Let me know if I'm wrong. Here we go. This is Kamala Harris's former communications director. Says that Biden should step aside for her.
He is looking for. That is my question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so.
Wait, what? Hold on. I just did a check. You're lying.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill.
Whoa. Stop. You're talking too fast, Jamal. I'm not being racist. His name's Jamal. It's Jamal Simmons. What promises has he kept? Cancel all student loans. Didn't do that. He promised that one. Not that that would have been necessarily a good idea, but those are his promises. What other? I don't remember any other promises he made. He didn't shrink the deficit. We had record inflation. COVID lasted for fuck ever and a day. I don't really know what the hell he did. Like, I'm trying to think of one promise he kept. Oh, he ended the Keystone XL pipeline and fucked us on gas for 4 years. So, okay, he did keep that promise. Fair enough. So all the promises he kept were shitty promises that hurt the country. Good. That's good measure of a president.
Promise left that he could fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
Whoa.
It would absolve her from being able to from having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat. And
why should she be stopped from that? Do you know how many vice presidents have been beaten before? And they had to ratify their own defeat in the Senate? It happens. What, has she got too many fifis? She's got too many feelings? We can't make her feel bad skis about losing the election? She'll be fine. She's a big girl. She'll be okay. And then also, this whole, he should just hand it over to her. What kind of message does that send, like, women? Like, hey, women, you can be president too as long as some man hands it to you. Dude.
It would make sure that...
Look at this guy's even like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, are you serious right now?
It would dominate the news at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of.
You want, wait a minute, you're saying you want Democrats to be more dramatic than they already are? They think we're going to die in like 5 years. How much more dramatic do you want them to get? I think I got called a racist 970 times during this campaign. I believe we were all called Hitler lovers.
How Democrats.
Okay, this has now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's out here right now.
Congratulations.
Season of House of Cards.
I thought you were going to say, what about the Supreme Court? That's also out there.
Well, the Supreme Court might happen. I don't know if it will, but
He's like, fuck that noise. I love how they're like, Hey, what about the Supreme Court? That's she could be on the Supreme Court. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Yeah, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Anyway, I've got this fan fiction I wrote where Joe Biden taps out and he goes, here you go, black lady. Why don't you take the presidency? And then all of us are really happy for like 45 days. And then Donald Trump comes in and shits in our souls. That's this guy's plan. And then this woman asks him like, hey, what about the Supreme Court? He's like, who gives a fuck? The Supreme Court's gay, bro. Look, here's what we need to do. They want Sotomayor to drop out so that they can replace her before Trump gets in there. I think she'll be fine. I don't think she's going to drop dead in 4 years. Countdown to her dropping dead. Dead Game says, wait, Aaron, this might be his last appearance. No, they'll bring him back on because he'll say goofy shit. The cable news media loves that goofy ass, weird hot takes. Like, we live in a hot take culture. And that one right there, that's the kind of shit they love. They love the, oh, you know what? He could. If you say dumb, retarded shit on television, you'll always get to come back on television. As long as you don't like say the N-word or anything, or say that all Muslims are stinky, if you just say crazy, wild shit on TV, they'll keep bringing you on. He should, because they kind of treat you like the village retard. He's like, he should drop out and give Kamala the presidency. And they're like, can you believe this fucking guy? People will click, because it's all about clicks and views. And that guy's going to get clicks and views for saying dumb shit. And then there's going to be a lot of dumb people who are going to click on it and thumbs up it and go, this is great. This is amazing. Yes, queen. And then CNN's going to go, well, that's a positive. It seems like we got a lot of feedback and engagement from that post. We need more of that. Bring that guy on more often. Dive Bar says, you act like she didn't sucky fucky to success. Are we putting an allegedly behind that, or are we running with it? Fauci's Pangolin says they were laughing because he just admitted that Democrats usually don't work and earn what you get and have it handed to them. Well, he is talking about Joe Biden just handing it over to her. MSO asks, Aaron, are Nazi party dues tax deductible? Asking for a friend. Why would I know that answer, MSO? Why would I know if I've never paid Nazi two things I've never done. Tasted male cum and paid Nazi party dues. The whole audience now is going, all right, so are we playing Spot the Lie? Is that what we're doing? Oh, boy. Are we still allowed to make fun of Aaron being fat? I think we've crossed that Rubicon. Yes. Mr. Beat says, yes, Aaron obesity and baldness jokes are still allowed. What do you mean? Yeah, there's no action being taken on me being obese and bald. And I'm not bald. I have a widow's peak. That just every year I can feel more of the top of my head and it's unnerving. That's all. Sam Show says, you didn't pay your Nazi party dues? What are you, some kind of Jew? Oh, I'm not in the Nazi party. It's not what I did. Ever once. Dive Bar says, I'm covered because I only used a pronoun and not a proper name. She could be anyone. Suicide Jockey with $1 says, you've never tasted your own cum? I'm glad you set me up to allow me to answer this question. No, what the fuck is wrong with you? I've never tasted any cum. That's fucking gay, bro. I'm sorry. It's fucking gay, and I'm sorry to anyone with AIDS, Aaron Imholt derangement syndrome, that wants that to be true. I apologize. Dead Game says, at the SPLC called, Aaron, can you back that up? Sam Show says, but I saw you there. You brought potato salad, you lazy fuck. Wait a minute. Is potato salad a lazy dish to bring to the Nazi, the Nazi bar party? I didn't know that. Look, man, I was in a hurry. I realized I didn't bring anything. And, I had to throw something together real quick. Jesus. Cum dumpster jokes are fine, McBuster. That's totally okay. Yeah, Das Optic Nerve says, who would taste their own cum? Yeah, right, exactly. Sam Show says, AIDS is always funny. Well, I mean, within reason. All right, so it doesn't look like the Biden administration is going to acquiesce to Jamal Simmons' request and just hand the presidency over to Kamala Harris. By the way, Harry and Meghan, it looks like this is pretty cool. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are going to buy a Portugal home as an emergency escape solution ahead of Trump's presidency. I got to tell you, I'm going to miss the two of you kids. I mean, that one podcast you did before they fired you from your shitty podcast, that amazing content that you produced for Netflix that you were contractually obligated to, like the, and there's the, don't forget about these two fucking suck. They're awful. The whole royal family hates their fucking guts. And why? Because Prince Harry used to be fucking cool. He used to be pretty based. And then here comes this fucking girl and she fucks him retarded. God bless. And then he turns into a fucking robot programmed by her, a Markle bot. And now all of a sudden he goes from this guy who dressed up as Hitler for Halloween and fucking flew fighter jets in combat zones to now he's like, oh, yes, the marginalized people are the ones that we need to obey the pronouns of because if Trump gets elected, I have to move to Portugal. That's not who Prince Harry was. This girl got her hooks into him and fucking changed him. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle snapped up a plush pad in Portugal to have an emergency escape solution when President-elect Donald Trump moves into the White House, according to a report. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have reportedly splurged on one of 300 soon-to-be constructed residences at the 722-acre Costa Terra Golf and Ocean Club, a plush development about 81 miles south of Lisbon. So here you go, guys. Here's the headline. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are escaping, desperately escaping the terrible totalitarian regime of Donald Trump so they can go live in a, what the fuck? Ow. I don't know if I just leaned on something on the table or what, but I just got fucking stabbed in the stomach. What the shit was that? That fucking hurt, dude. Not bleeding or anything. Felt like I just got shanked. Not that I know what that feels like. Allegedly. No. So Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, terrified of the Trump administration. Oh my God, it's going to be so dangerous. It's so terrible. We'll have to escape like refugees to our one of many lots on a 722-acre Golf and Ocean Club. Oh, no. Whatever will the two of them do? Oh, Trump became president. Now they're going to have to escape to a country club mansion. The pair allegedly forked over more than $4.7 million on the purchase. Oh, man, I tell you, to have that $4.7 million in your bug out fund, that must have been really nice. $4.7 million for these unfortunate political refugees who are just trying to escape tyranny. God damn, Harry, what happened to you, bro? Earlier this month, the Post exclusively revealed that the couple purchased the sprawling property in Europe because life in the U.S. did not end up being what they thought it would be. Here's what happened. It's not that life in the U.S. wasn't what you thought it would be. You thought everyone would look at you as these amazing, like, free thinkers and that shit, and everyone just found you to be annoying cunts. Everyone found your wife to be disingenuous and preachy, and they found you to just kind of be a bitch. And now you guys don't like it. You didn't become media darlings. So now you're going, instead of like changing or figuring shit out, instead what you're doing is you're like, I'll go to Portugal and maybe they'll love me there. No, they're going to hate you there too. Trust me, no matter what. You have a personality, Megan, that is, how do we put this? Incredibly unlikable. Then they have the interview she did with Oprah about how fucking oppressed she is. And then the Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary where they talked about, you guessed it, how oppressed they are. Then they went to, remember when they went to the UN and talked about how fucking evil we are on the world stage? Now, not that they don't have kind of a point on that one, but message versus messenger, you know? Indeed, Harry is currently being locked in a legal battle involving his immigration status and has added some stress on the couple's life in sunny California. Dude, is Trump going to get to deport Prince Harry? That would fucking rule. Can he, though? Like, if him and Meghan are married, isn't she American? Can't she just keep him here? Before their duo enjoys their new life in Portugal, they face one more major hurdle: obtaining European Union citizenship. Why don't they have... Oh, because the UK left the European Union because of Brexit. So they have to get an EU citizenship now in order to live in their new house. How great would it be if they got denied citizenship and they built this big $4.7 million mansion on a country club and then they couldn't go live in it? Oh, there's nothing about this, too, that doesn't always end up being funny. Always. Still about 800 of you checking out this morning's show. I appreciate you guys being here so late in the game. Hit like. Hit subscribe, hit follow. Thanks for being here, you guys. I appreciate it. You guys have been awesome. We had a very small goal today, but you guys are also about 50, 60 bucks into tonight's goal. 145 away for tonight. Let's fuck it, man. Just stay ahead. Sounds good to me. 145 is the number. If you'd like to contribute, there's all the links in the chat. So they really could. This is from 4 years ago. Let's see. What does Trump think of the royal couple?
Thank you, Mr. President. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle chimed in on the U.S. election and essentially encouraged people to vote for Joe Biden. I want to get your reaction to that.
I'm not a fan of hers.
Before we get to Trump's response, how fucking retarded were we for wearing masks? And I don't want to hear from the people who were like, I never wore masks anyway. Fuck them. Great. You guys are awesome. You're better than we were. But how retarded were the masks? How stupid were they? And how dumb were we for being like, oh, yeah, this is totally protecting us? We're completely protected from any illness. We're protected from COVID because we have a thin layer of cloth over our face and nose and mouth. We were fucked. Boy, did we get taken for a ride. You know, we can talk about what a piece of shit Fauci was or how ballless Trump was or how much Biden sucked and all this other stuff. We can talk about all the lies with lab leak and the vaccine and all that and the social media censorship that went with it. We can talk about all of that. But we were also really fucking dumb. It's not like we were the toughest ponies to corral. Put it that way.
And I would say this, and she probably has heard that, but I wish a lot of luck to Harry, because he's going to need it.
Trump's been around. Trump's had an ex-wife or two. I think two, right? Maples and Ivanka. Ivana. No, Ivanka's the daughter. Ivana and Marla Maples were his two wives, and now the third one, Melania. So he knows a thing or two about maybe what might not be a perfect fit, and he's letting Harry know, bro. Well, that's kind of Harry's thing. Like, Harry's whole deal is like he has to go along to get along with her. Otherwise, I'm sure she's just someone who is a fucking nightmare to deal with. I wore it. I only wore it when it was required, like at the doctor's office, says Bapa Shab. I was not doing the whole supermarket thing or wearing it in my car. Hey, wait a minute. I think you were taking a shot at me at the end there, and that's not true. Mr. Beat says, I only wore a mask when I went into Macy's to steal mink coats. Well, it's good to be able to keep yourself disguised. That was the other thing. Like, it was free reign for people to rob the shit out of people during COVID. You just put your mask on and nobody can identify you. Here's a guy named Bruce Rants on Twitter. He made a parody video of white liberals and their racism. Now, we've talked about this a million times, about how white liberals have this idea of how minorities are supposed to behave versus just letting them be people. Or the shit they say trying to be like defending minorities, but it just comes off as really like patronizing. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is from a guy named Bruce Rants on TikTok.
Did you get what you wanted? Did you get what you wanted? Yeah.
White liberals after having to be nice to minorities for years.
This is what you wanted, huh? He won. I hope you got exactly what you wanted. I hope you got for all of the black people who were quote unquote mad at the Democratic Party because they wouldn't give you reparations or they wouldn't promise you a black focused vote or whatever it is. I hope you get Trump, who's not going to promise you anything. He's going to take you back to slavery. I hope he calls you monkey. I hope he calls you jigaboo.
I mean that it's not that inaccurate. They got really fucking mad at Hispanics. They got really mad at black people on election night. And they were like, you fucking, like Jimmy Kimmel did it on his show. He's like, even you people who voted for him, it's going to be bad for you and you don't even fucking know it yet. It's like, all right.
A vote or whatever it is. I hope you get Trump, who's not going to promise you anything. He's going to take you back to slavery. I hope he calls you monkey. I hope he calls you jigaboo and a spook. I hope he calls you monkey twice.
This is honestly, I know he's doing a sketch, but you know there was some white liberal lady somewhere who probably had this kind of a meltdown on her own in her apartment yelling at her cats, her black cats.
I hope buck breaking comes back. I hope they call all the black women mammies. I hope all of that happens so you can see what you asked for. I hope that all the Mexicans who were afraid of illegal immigrants just as much as the other people were. I hope those people get sent back to their country. Yeah. I hope all of the Hispanics in Miami-Dade who were just afraid of communism because they came from a country that was just ravaged by it. I hope that they get shown what it looks like to really be ravaged. I hope they get sent back on boats. I hope they have to swim back. I hope their back has to be wet all over again.
I mean, this is not inaccurate of how white liberal women talk.
He's going to make you do. He's going to make you swim all the way back. Yeah, all those people in Michigan who didn't support Kamala Harris because she wouldn't say the word weapons embargo. Yeah, I hope they're forced to go through what happened right after 9/11. Yeah, flight risks all of you. He's gonna put all of you in internment camps because that's what you wanted, right? You wanted to be in an internment camp.
Dude, they did. They talked like this. They were like, "Oh, Hispanics are going to vote for Trump. Do they want to be put in camps?" It's like maybe they're not as hysterical as you, and they don't think there are going to be camps for them. But okay,
you wanted.
Maybe there wouldn't have to be immigrant. What do you call them? Not eviction, deporting. Maybe there wouldn't have to be deportation camps if you didn't let fucking millions and millions of people in here illegally. Sorry, we have to clean up your mess.
That, all right? That's what you wanted. I hope everybody who had religious values and so that they wouldn't support Kamala Harris, I hope you get forced to have babies. I hope your father assaults you and therefore you're forced to have the baby that you wanted so badly. I hope that's what happens to you. I hope you get every racial epithet and I hope you get all of the disrespect that you deserve. Because remember that people like us tried to stop stuff like that and you wouldn't listen. So I hope they call you a monkey, a spook, a jigaboo, and I can't even say the other words because I'll get bit.
I can. Give me a minute and a half when we're done here.
And so thank you. Have a good day. I didn't even vote for the mother.
They just wanted to yell at minorities for a while. That's all. You gotta. And now let's see how close. For those of you who thought that was a little extreme, let's play a clip from The View last week and let's see how close that is.
And finally, we talk a lot about these different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep. And they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
That's what that was.
The lessons are not
misogyny.
Sonny Hostin's like misogyny and sexism. That's what it is. Oh, those fucking Mexicans are sexist. Right, they live on the border. The border's been a nightmare. Trump says, I'll fix the border, so all the Latinos vote for him on the border. And your takeaway is they're sexist. Beautiful. Jesus Christ. They're fucking broken, man. They're broken. And I don't know. MSO calling her Cloudy hosting. It's so silly. I liked it. I don't know. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thank you very much. It's been a very fun show. Thank you for being so incredibly respectful of the things I can't really address from over the weekend. I really appreciate you guys made this a very easy show today. And I really appreciate you being here. Take it easy. We'll be back tonight at 7 p.m. By the way, we got to 1,000 today on Veterans Day. I thought it was going to be a little subdued today. But thank you very much. We're pretty close on tonight's goal as well. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Talk to you soon.